Hey everybody, welcome back. I think my mic is actually on this time. Welcome back to another stream. We're going to be playing a variety of Super Nintendo games tonight. Probably of my choosing. Haven't really figured out what I'm going to play yet. Mega Man X aside, we're going to start off here with Mega Man X. I haven't actually played this in a little while. I'm kind of in like a Mega Man mood right now, actually. I picked up a couple of PlayStation 1 Mega Man games yesterday. To add to my ever-growing collection of Mega Man titles, and yeah, so it kind of got me interested in playing the first Mega Man X again. So we're going to kick off the stream with this. I assume we're going to go through the whole thing. It'll probably take a little less than an hour, and then, you know, we can switch games to something else. I've seen some recommendations in chat. Not really sure what I'm going to do, but I do like the idea of playing some of the earlier Super Nintendo releases, like the first 2 years the console was out. As other people had mentioned in chat, so... But, yeah, we're gonna start off with this. Should be a fairly smooth-ish run. I'm usually pretty okay at Mega Man X. You know, it is a game I played a lot growing up, and I still continue to play. Probably at least once a year I'll probably play through this game, maybe twice. I don't know, it just depends on the day and what I'm doing. But yeah, I've already jumped into the game because the introduction is actually pretty boring when it comes to starting a stream. And yeah, we needed some music in the background, so... But yeah, Mega Man X, such an awesome game. But yeah, I'll scroll through chat there in just a quick second and say hello to everybody. But we'll go ahead and just get things moving here with some actual gameplay. But yeah, man, this game was actually pretty amazing when it first came out back in the day. I got a Super Nintendo a couple of years late. It wasn't really super late. It was like late 93 as opposed to, you know, like mid 91 when it came out in North America. And at that time it felt like an eternity though. Especially as like, you know, all your friends were getting the 16-bit consoles, either the Genesis or the Super Nintendo in particular. No one I knew had a TurboGrafx 16. So it was mostly just Genesis and Super Nintendo. And, yeah, when I finally got my Super Nintendo, like, Mega Man X had just come out, and I was able to rent it, and, man, it was, having, like, played the original NES Mega Mans and then going to this, it was just, like, a crazy upgrade and evolution of the series. It was so awesome. And, it's still one of the best Mega Mans in the whole franchise, I feel, personally. Like, it's not too complicated, it doesn't... You know, they don't shove, you know, too much story down your throat, and it is pretty straightforward. It's actually not too difficult to figure out the unlockables and stuff like that. Like, you get armor pieces in this that give you upgrades, and, you know, some of the later Mega Man X games... Actually, honestly, even just starting with Mega Man X2, it started to get a little more convoluted, and so it wasn't quite... I mean, there's... A lot of them are still great games, don't get me wrong, but they lacked, like, the impact of this first one, in my opinion, and... So yeah, this is kind of a personal favorite of mine on the console. It's a great button-mashing game, too. And that, like, kind of high-pitched shot sound just sounds really satisfying, especially when you're mashing effectively. It's always pretty cool. Yeah, this right here is going to actually lead us to probably one of the earlier instances of, like, scripted sequences that I experienced growing up, because, again, I had the NES until the Super Nintendo, and so I was a couple years late going into the SNES, and so there wasn't much on the NES like that where you had scripted sequences, but this is basically one of them. They give you, like, this, illusion of gameplay, but really you're supposed to just take damage and then get stunned by him. Oh no. Did he seriously glitch out? Okay. I thought he disappeared. I thought he probably glitched out. I had never seen that before. But yeah, you have to, you know, get zapped and then the story plays out and then Zero comes in. Yeah, Chetty, I thought it was going to be a soft lock. I mean, I could spot that from a mile away. Wow. But yeah, we got a few people in here already, which is pretty cool. So thanks, guys, for tuning in. I know it's kind of late on a Sunday night here. It's almost 10 p.m. my time. But I see Chetty out there. He's been on my Discord lately. I see MD Mister, Freddy, Michael, John Vinet, or Vinet, says, I wouldn't mind some early SNES like UN Squadron. Yeah, I mean, I actually really like the earlier titles in the system. There's a lot of stuff I really enjoy, from like Mario World to F-Zero, Castlevania IV, Super Ghouls and Ghosts. UN Squadron was a big one. East 3 was somewhat early-ish. You know, stuff like that. Super R-Type, I love that game. And, Super Adventure Island, you know, the list just goes on and on. Super Nintendo had, I think, a really strong start, honestly. I mean, it had a pretty strong lifespan overall, in general. But Availer says, I would have this track playing for my workouts if I actually still worked out. You should start working out again. No, I'm not going to preach, but I don't have the right to preach either, because I'm a fat ass right now myself. But, yeah, Mega Man X has some rockin' music. That was another thing I really loved about the game. Like, I mean, I have a playlist I created on a side channel of most of the music in this game, and sometimes I'll just fire it up when I'm streaming over on Twitch, doing some random, like, controller repairs or something like that. We'll do Chill Penguin first to start, so we can get our dash boots. If we don't get that, then the rest of the game's kind of a pain in the ass. But I saw Darren was out there. He says... He thinks Firepower 2000 is a hard game. It's not that hard when you know what you're doing, but it's actually a game that has, I wouldn't say a steep learning curve, but, you know, there's a couple of mechanics, especially if you play as the Jeep, that make it difficult to get into right away, but once you play it for more than a couple minutes, it's not too bad. You gotta get those weapons upgraded, that's key. I see Seraph is out there, welcome back. He says Mega Man X is one of the best in the series, and I see DJ Rudin's out there. Welcome back, DJ. And, Chetty says, I survived Japan. Seraph says the only other Mega Man X game that had the same impact on him as the first game was Mega Man X4. That game had anime cutscenes, good music, and voice acting. Yeah. Well, I don't know about good voice acting in that game. But the cutscenes for the time were actually really good. It was one of the first CD-based games that had kind of like really high quality hand-drawn animation, like actual anime, and yeah, and the soundtrack kicks ass in Mega Man X4. I love it. That's my second favorite Mega Man X game by far, is X4. I had actually thought about streaming that tonight, but the Super NT was already hooked up. So, oh yeah, Gradius III. That's another early Super Nintendo title. I had actually thought about playing that. If I do play Gradius 3, I actually have my SD to SNES flash card here, so I could actually do the SA1 hack version of it, which basically removes all the slowdown. And if you want a hard shmup, like, when you remove all the slowdown in a game like that, it is way harder than it is normally. You have no idea how much slowdown really helps you in a shooter, in terms of like dodging and having more time to think about what you're gonna do next, until you get rid of all the slowdown, and then it's like a totally different game. I still love Gradius 3 in its original form, though. You know, slowdown and all. Slowdown is something that mostly doesn't bother me in old school games. In modern games, it frustrates me because it's like, you know, you should be tweaking your game to avoid that problem. You know, lower some detail settings or something like that. I don't know. But back in the day, you know, this hardware was so much more constrained, and also you have the typical deadlines and stuff like that. You know, some of the stuff could have been tweaked and optimized better, but it's different than it is now, though. So, just kind of came with the territory back in the 16-bit era. Just slowdown was one of those things, and so generally, you know, slowdown and stuff like Super R-Type and Gradius 3 doesn't really bother me. Super Ghouls and Ghosts has a ton of slowdown. Castlevania IV can have a ton of slowdown at points, you know. But yeah, it doesn't bother me for the most part. There are a couple of examples where it's like, you know, I think it probably also depends on the game when I think about it. Because all those games I just mentioned, I think are really good games in their own right. But if you combine massive slowdown with like a game that's just like mediocre, then it's just like, oh god, I can't even play this game. It's already boring as is, and you're gonna add tons of slowdown on top of it. I think Blaze On might be a game like that. I can't remember if that game has a bunch of slowdown or if it's just boring naturally. It could just be boring naturally. It's been a while since I played it. Whenever I try to play that game, I have to literally force myself to play it. It's just so snooze-inducing. Oh man. Michael had actually mentioned Final Fight. I had actually thought about trying that too. I haven't played the SNES one in a while. Hey, Sack, welcome back. Yeah, Seraph, I mean, even back in the day, like, I got Mega Man X4 on Saturn back in the day. I got it for Christmas, like, the year it came out. And, even back then, I knew the voice acting was kind of terrible. You know, I still like that it had voice acting. It, you know, I didn't let it get to me, but, man. Yeah, I had always noticed it. What's actually really interesting about it is that, well, I mean the cutscene voice acting. I actually do like Zero's in-game voice acting. I think the in-game voice acting for Zero is actually pretty decent. X's voice acting is really weird, though. In the American version, they changed him to, like, this high-pitched Kitty voice. Whereas in the Japanese version, he's, like, a much more mature, like, deeper voice. And so that's actually one reason I like having the Japanese versions on hand for X4. Alright, so one cool thing about this game is that, you know, depending on the bosses you defeat, they'll actually have different effects on future stages. So since I did Chill Penguin and defeated him, when I go to Flame Mammoth's level, he'll actually, like, the whole place is normally, like, filled with fire, now it'll be frozen over. So that's another thing that's really cool about this game. But I'm gonna do Storm Eagle so I can get the helmet. And then, yeah. And with that, I should be able to get an upgrade for my blaster earlier than I usually do. Yeah, so Mega Man X has this wall jumping mechanic. Oh my god, my ears! I see Fluttershy. Hey, Fluttershy, thank you very much for that. That is super generous, man. Super, super, super generous. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and give that a heart. He says, that Hades game looked absolutely brutal the other day. My bipolar anger wouldn't be able to tolerate a game like that. You would. You just have to get used to it, and you have to understand that it's a genre called roguelikes. So Rogue was this old computer game back in the day where you literally only had one life, and you had to go through the whole game on one life. I haven't actually played it myself. I actually want to try it just as a history lesson, basically, a personal history lesson. And games like Binding of Isaac or Dead Cells or Hades, they take that concept and and you're supposed to die in those games, like, and you basically start like a new run every time you die, and the dungeons are like slightly regenerated, the item drops and stuff are slightly random, and as you play through the game, you'll get, like, different bonus perks, maybe special items will start to appear more frequently, and as you play it more and more and do it over and over again, you kind of build just personal experience, but you're also, like, working towards unlocking better stuff, which makes future runs easier, and then it becomes this just, like, really addictive, you know, gameplay setup. Like, I swear to God, I'm not gonna lie, I've probably put over 50 hours into Dead Cells in like the last month and a half. Because it's just like, even though it can be frustrating, especially like, I'm on the later difficulty levels of Dead Cells right now. It's, you know, starting to get really frustrating, but I'm still making progress in other ways, like unlocking new stuff that can theoretically make, you know, future runs easier, and it's just, I don't know, there's like, that gameplay loop is like really satisfying and addicting, you know, even if it's difficult. So, and so I haven't beaten Hades. I actually haven't played it since our live stream last week. I've been intending on doing that, but again, I'm so laser focused in on Dead Cells right now. Like, I'm making progress in Dead Cells that I never thought I'd be able to make. So I'm like inching my way closer to actually like beating the game. You know, getting like the true final boss ending and stuff like that. Which is like stupid difficult. And Hades, I'm assuming, is similar to that, where like, you know, a full run will probably take you like an hour. You know, so it's not like you're going through like a 30-hour adventure on one life. That's not how it works. But as you saw in my live stream, you know, you slowly unlock stuff. Stuff changes back in the hub area. You know, new areas unlock. You know, new characters are there that you can talk to. You know, new things to upgrade yourself, permanently upgrade yourself for the rest of your runs will unlock. Like, I think on that stream, I unlocked a couple things that were permanent that were, like, very, very helpful. So, like, that stuff just comes as you play the game, you know? And as such, the game gets easier, you know? And those bosses that look super impossible when you first fight them, like, they become like a walk in the park eventually. So, you know, that's the attitude you have to have with games like that. So, and what's great about those games, like Dead Cells and Hades in particular, they're really cheap games. Like, Hades was $25 for the PS5 version, physical. And, like, you get, like, dozens and dozens and dozens of hours of gameplay out of that. Same with Dead Cells. Dead Cells, my Castlevania bundle version for PS5 was, like, $25. And, I think normally it retails for, like, $50, but it's been out a long enough time now that places like Walmart have it fairly cheap. And like I said, I've already gotten way more than my money's worth out of it. Like, it's... So... Alright. Alright, let's see. So I did Storm Eagle. I wanted to go back and do Flame Mammoth. And actually, Storm Eagle's weapon is actually the weakness for Flame Mammoth. Yeah, and so since everything's frozen over now, I can just kind of dash underneath everything. Get through these levels a little bit faster. Yeah, and also since I have an energy tank, I'm gonna start adding energy to it. But this is what the helmet's for. It allows you to bust through these blocks. And then we get our Buster upgrade early. Have I ever played Battle Clash or Metal Combat? Yes, back in the day I played Battle Clash. Yeah, Metal Combat, I think, was subtitled Falcon's Revenge or something like that. Actually, you know, I was looking at, I was at Starland the other day, and they actually have listings for the Japanese versions of those games, and I didn't realize the Japanese versions have really dumb names that are super generic. Like, a lot of people like to complain that, like, we get shafted all the time in North America, but, man, we get some cooler stuff, too. Like, Battle Clash sounds so much cooler than the original name. I don't remember the original name off the top of my head, but when I looked at it, I was like, oh geez, that's Battle Clash. What a goofy name. So I want to come back over here too to grab this. It's our second energy tank. I guess technically they're called sub-tanks in this game, but it's, you know, the sprite has a big E on it, so I still call it energy tank. Like in the classic Mega Man games. But when you have those sub-tanks, every time you pick up health, you end up getting a slight recharge on the sub-tank, so we've almost got one completely filled up. But yeah, you can wall jump in this, and you can also dash off the wall, which is admittedly with default controls can be a little tough on the hands, because you've got to, especially if you want to shoot and like charge up at the same time. Like, so I'm holding down Y right now and pressing A and then B really quickly. So I'm using like one thumb to hit 3 buttons. And it's just how I play this game. It's how I've always played this game, so I just, some people just really struggle with that, though. And you can remap your controls. Thankfully. Man, if they didn't allow that, yeah, this would be really tough on a lot of people. Oh no, Enthuse says, I'll never forget Metal Combat, because I got it for his birthday one year. It didn't have a super scope. Oh man, that's rough. I guess Nintendo didn't allow, they didn't like add like directional pad support or anything like that. They should have like really thought about that. Like I understand it's a game for like a specific accessory, but that sort of thing I think happens a lot more often than like people realize. Yeah, the experience probably won't be that great with like a directional pad and you're just moving a cursor around, but at least it's still technically playable. Hey, look at that, flawless victory. Am I gonna get Mega Man X's secret Hadouken? No. Well, I don't know. I mean, probably not. It's neat, but it's also tedious to get, because you've got to, like, have everything maxed out, and then you got to go, like, kill yourself multiple times at that jump and go back to the checkpoint, and I'm like, Alright, let's see. I actually meant to use Storm Eagle's weapon on him, but I just completely forgot. We're going to come back here. There are these things called heart tanks, and heart tanks permanently extend your health. And we need Flame Mammoth's weapon in order to do that. Yeah, I think that's the only other thing here on this level. Lots of health drops. Alright, so I heard a little jingle. That's the notification that one of these sub-tanks is filled. So I don't need to like pull up my screen to see where it's at. I already know it's filled completely. Man, all these guys respawning. Yeah, so this whole thing with like revisiting previously played stages, it's just it's a big trope in the Mega Man X series in particular. There's a little bit of that in Mega Man 6 on NES in particular. Alright, I'm gonna just hop up here. You can use the shoulder keys to switch sub-weapons. And what's really cool is now I can just exit, since I've already beaten the boss. Alright, what do I want to do next? Let's see. Guess it doesn't really matter at this point. We'll do Sting Chameleon. Michael asks, have I ever played Brawl Brothers? No, I don't think so. I think I've watched some gameplay and it didn't look all that appealing to me. I could be confusing it for another game, actually. It's a beat-em-up, isn't it? It's not one of those ones that's like a part of the Rival Turf trilogy or whatever it's called. Because Rival Turf came out over here as just Rival Turf. And actually, I can't remember if that was actually technically the first or second game in the series, the North American version. I think there's 3 of them in Japan. And they all got brought out over here, I believe. Well, I don't know about all, but I know at least 2 of them. And one of their names was changed. Maybe I'm thinking of the Peacekeepers? I don't know. This guy takes so many hits. I thought Brawl Brothers was one of them, though. Unless I'm thinking of a rebranding of a Japanese, like, one-on-one fighting game. Because there was a lot of that, too. Apparently. Yeah, some of the games on Super Nintendo have an interesting history. Like, completely changing, like, the character. I think, like, one of the Rama and a half games was actually, like, a totally... Like, all the characters were redrawn and the... You know, theme was changed completely. But it was still the same, like, you know, underlying gameplay and engine and whatnot. Same game, just different artwork and different name. Yeah, and I think there was, like, more of that on Super Nintendo than like, any of us really understood back in the day. Alright. Another upgrade. Fluttershy says, oh my god, I remember Rival Turf. That was the very poor man's version of Final Fight. Yeah. Even back in the day, I had it in the mid-90s. I got it as like a $5 used cart at Electronics Boutique. It was in like their cheapo bin. I had a couple games like that I actually ended up enjoying. Like I had Gun Force. I bought it, same deal from that bin, and I ended up liking it. But I also did Rival Turf, I think, the same way, and yeah, did not like it very much. Some really weird design choices in it. Like one of your main characters, when he does a jump kick, it's like he attacks vertically. But it's a jump kick. You're above the enemy. You should be attacking downwards towards the enemy. No. So it's like the most useless jump kick ever. Final Fight on Super Nintendo gets kind of a bad rap for a couple of good reasons, but it's still a really fun, like, single-player game. And, you know, it still runs circles around Rival Turf. I will say Super Nintendo beat-em-ups in general, though, can be a little weird, because, like, you've got some ones that are, like, really, really, like, solid and polished, like Turtles in Time. It's just amazing, even today. And you got a lot of ones that are, like, kind of like borderline jank. Or just outright jank. Super Double Dragon's another kind of weird one that sits in the middle. It's like, on paper it should be really awesome, but it's got, like, a weird, like, sub 30 FPS frame rate, and, also, apparently I learned a couple weeks ago they completely tweaked, like, the difficulty curve and balancing in the, American version. They made it worse. Like, why? I played the Japanese version, and I had never really appreciated Double Dragon 4, but I was kind of getting into it. I was like, oh, man, I can actually see myself really liking this. And then I went to play the American version right after, and I was like, oh, now I understand why I've never really liked this game. Like, they made a lot of weird design choices that made the game worse. It's just so weird. Hey, Vince, what's going on? Vince says, Turtles in Time is a nearly perfect beat-em-up, second to only Streets of Rage 2 for him. Turtles in Time is even better with a ROM hack to add a run button. Ooh. I need to get that ROM hack, if I don't already have it. Yeah, that was always one of the things I preferred with Hyperstone Heist. Which is like Turtles in Time Light, basically. It has a dedicated run button, which, you know, definitely makes some parts a lot easier. Especially if you're playing on the highest difficulties. Well, the highest difficulty. Technically, there's only one highest. Hey, Don, welcome back. He says, run button for Turtles in Time was a godsend. That's such a cool visual effect. Seraph says, Combo Tribes had jank controls too. Yeah, that was one that I never really got into on Super Nintendo, because it's got that Double Dragon 4 kind of weird janky movement, but it's even worse, if I remember correctly. I do remember seeing the arcade version of that back in the day, though, and it actually looked okay. I'd like to try the actual arcade version again, see how that kind of holds up, how it plays. And hey, Pure, welcome back. Pure, that's in the description of the video. I always put that in my pinball videos, but yeah, it's at Mustang Sally Brewing in Chantilly, Virginia. Alright, let's see. What do I want to do? And it doesn't really matter. We'll do... We'll do him. Don says, speaking of jank beat-em-ups, Bebe's Kids is a weird one. Is that even a beat-em-up? I thought that was like some weird platformer. Or maybe I'm thinking of... Didn't they make multiple versions of that game? Like, it's not just Super Nintendo? Oh, you know what? I actually didn't really want to come here just yet. We're gonna have to come back later. That's fine. The SNES version of Baby's Kids was a beat-em-up. Okay. I'm not sure I should try that. Might have to give it a whirl someday. Hey, 90s gaming guy, welcome back. Do I prefer the dash on the R button? No. Because I've never really played that way on the Super Nintendo, so I just do default controls. I did actually do that on the Saturn version of X4. Because the buttons on the Saturn are so... a little bit closer to each other. It was easy to like fat finger stuff by accident, so to avoid me doing that, there was a point. I think in my old Let's Play on the Saturn version, I did do just that. I mapped the dash to the R key. But yeah, I don't do that on the Super Nintendo. Alright, so this heart tank you can actually get by dashing. If I can get the timing right. But hey, Barone, I wanted to say thanks for keeping up the membership. I appreciate that. I saw that notification. Spark Mandrill here is actually kind of a pain if you're not using the weakness. You don't normally fight him without the weakness. But we'll do it without the weakness. Because it's more interesting. Whoa. Ah, interesting. I didn't know I could, like, knock him out of his dash. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so if you use ice, you just, like, literally bounce it off the walls, and he hates it. You can also shoot him head on. And that's typically what I do on this fight. I don't know if I've ever actually tried to fight him without ice. Not recently, anyway. Seraph asks, does anyone like the Vector Man series? I love the first game. It's one of my favorite Genesis games. Don't care for part 2 all that much, even though I did kind of force myself to learn it. Probably 5 or 6 years ago now, I did a Let's Play of it. But the first one, I love it. It's a really fun game. It's just a great, kind of like Mega Man X, it's like a great, straightforward, like, button mashing kind of game. You know, Vector Man definitely rewards button mashing effectively, but, like, button mashing effectively, I should say. It does get a little long-winded towards the end, you know, they start reusing, like, stage visuals just with, you know, palette swaps. But that aside, I think it's an awesome game. We got the Bubble Bat from Mega Man 2. You can actually kill this thing over and over. I think it's likely, like, much more likely to drop extra lives and whatnot. So if you wanted to try to grind out on lives, you could do that. Nice little trick. Yep, there's one. How many lives do I have? Oh, I'm already up to 9 lives. Jeez. I'm gonna go behind this thing. Another sub-tank. Hey, John Smith, welcome back. Whoa! Alright, I'm gonna have to button mash like crazy here. Whew! That's tough. Alright, so I only need to come back to this level if I want to get the Hadoken, but I'm probably not going to do that. But if you wanted the Hadoken, you would get it over here. Very nice little Easter egg. But it would appear right here. And there's some trickery to make it spawn. Hey, Leo, welcome back. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and use his weakness. This makes my life easier, otherwise this fight is super tedious. Hey, Tony. All right. Now we're gonna do Octopus. Launch Octopus? Yeah, launch Octopus. Yeah, Armored Armadillo's weapon is the weakness on this boss. This is also one of the trickier bosses in the game, I feel, if you're going to do it just with the stock X-Buster. And another one. This one gets a little tricky. You got spikes down there, and he'll start blowing you backwards. That sounded really wrong. Alright, let's come up this way. Uh-oh. Jeff says, hey Austin, how's it going tonight? I've been watching all your old Mega Man Let's Plays. I see you're playing Mega Man X. Yes, sir. Welcome to the stream. And there's going to be a ship up here we have to actually destroy. Barone does a super chat. He says, if I can grab onto this thing. Nintendo forced Jalico to not support the Mega Drive. We ended up with a lot of mediocre Jalico ports that would fit better on the Mega Drive, such as EDF and the beat-em-ups. I mean, EDF could have been just fine on Super Nintendo. I don't know why they changed it up, which is weird. Well, P47, yeah. I could probably see that. Oh, he's this P47 2 on Mega Drive is now going to be released. Awesome. Hell yeah. Hopefully that'll chime off in a couple minutes. I'm noticing that when people do super chats, it takes like 5 minutes for it to show up on my end with the stream software. It's weird. Used to be a lot more responsive. Michael asks, was Last Resort ever on the Super Nintendo? It was not. It was only on Neo Geo. Oh, that was close. It's a bad place to kill that guy. Almost landed in spikes. Alright, another heart tank. I wonder how Nintendo forced them to not support the Mega Drive, though, because there's a lot of other companies that did support both the Super Nintendo and Mega Drive. There we go. I know Nintendo's, like, kind of, like, monopolistic practices. They didn't go that far into the 16-bit era. It's mostly like, you know, a few years prior to the Super Nintendo in North America, and then they kind of started backing off. I'd be interested to hear more of that, the background of that story, like get better details. Leo says, I wonder if that's the same group that ported City Connection a year or two back to the Genesis. That was an excellent port. I didn't even know that was a thing, Leo. You're usually on top of telling me these things, Leo. I love City Connection. I actually finally got myself an NES cartridge, probably about a month ago now. Oh yeah, right on, Barone. Yeah, go do that for sure. Anytime there's something cool like that, feel free to share it on the Discord. Michael says, I think Steel Empire was on SNES. Am I right? No, you are wrong. It's back then, back in the day, it was Genesis, and then I think it was on one of the obscure Japanese computers. More early 2000s, it got a Game Boy Advance port, and then more recently, it got ports to like the Switch and Steam and whatnot. Hey, Vornak, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Enthused asks, which X games are your favorite on 16-bit and 32-bit? Well, on 16-bit, it's just Mega Man X1. I like 2 and 3, but they kind of pale compared to the first one for me, personally. And then, 32-bit, X4. And then I have a major soft spot, guilty pleasure with X6. Because it's so, like, stupidly difficult, and there's so much sequence breaking. I still like to go back to it a lot. Jeff asks, what other games are you planning on playing tonight? No plans in particular, actually. We're just gonna kind of be random with this. Alright, so we can do Boomer Coanger. 90s Gaming Guy asks, what are your thoughts on Fallout 3 and New Vegas? None, because I've never played them before. They look like they're probably fun games, but no, I've never touched them, so... maybe bucket list games? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I still need to play all the Elder Scrolls games. I haven't barely touched them. So, Barone says, P47 was finished back in the day for the Genesis, but then it was shelved since Jalico went Nintendo only. Yeah, I do wonder if there's more to that story, because if they went... Because Jalico was publishing games for Super Nintendo, like, I think pretty late into its life. And then they moved to the 32-bit platforms. I wonder what made them decide to do that and not support the Mega Drive. I mean, couldn't it be entirely possible that, you know, some of those... Like, the Mega Drive did not do well at all in Japan. I could... You know, and Jalico was... you know, they were Japanese, right? And you know, I could totally imagine like a bunch of Japanese companies like not wanting to support it because they know it's not gonna, like, maybe they didn't care about like the American market as much. Maybe like Japan was like their first priority. I don't know. I'm just speculating because I don't have the actual information. But I could see that being a reason for not supporting the Mega Drive in Japan. But if they made like some kind of exclusivity deal with Nintendo, I wonder what those details, you know, what the details were, basically. But the Super Famicom was way more successful in Japan, so maybe the Japanese first mindset was kind of what they were going for, and every other market was just kind of secondary. I don't know. Yeah, Super Famicom was very successful. It's a damn shame Sega's 16-bit machine wasn't able to leave a bigger mark in Japan. I mean, not that I really care now. I mean, it's... For one, I wasn't living there, and it's 35 years later. It's like, okay, whatever. Just... What's done is done. It's in the past, but... It is interesting to think about occasionally. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and do the ice trick here. And what that entails is using ice charged up and then riding it to grab this heart tank. Otherwise, we've got to do the level over again when we have Kuwanger's special attack. Now, there is a way to speedrun jump your way up there. I've tried it so many times, it's like impossible for me. I've never been able to get it. But I've watched some pretty good speedrunners at this game, and they could seemingly get it like on their first try every time. I don't know how they do it, but... I thought that sale for the X collections on Switch, I thought it was $8 for each version. So like $8 for the first version, then $8 for the second. I thought that's how it was. I didn't think it was $8 for both of them together. But if someone wants to like double check that, but that is still a pretty good deal. Even if you have to, I mean, if it's $8 for both of them together, I mean, it's obviously a really good deal. But even if it's 16 for both of them, that's still a decent deal because like you get so many games. You know, you get 8 games on that thing. Now, granted, one of those games is Mega Man X7 and another is Mega Man X8. And yeah, but still, you get 8 games. Leo says, did the PC Engine enjoy Jalico support? Can't think of much of anything from them on that platform off the top of my head. Yeah, I don't remember seeing a single Jalico game on PC Engine, Leo. Seraph asks, what is a Kuwanger? Is that an insect? No, it's actually nothing. It was a made-up term for this game. I remember Googling that many years ago. Yeah, some companies are still doing, like, this whole spring sale thing, so if you're, like, Garsh says X4 put me off. The 32-bit series for good? Okay. That sucks. Imagine playing Mega Man X6 first. Wow. X4. I just thought X4 was an amazing game. Vornax says, like a lot of people, I'm a huge fan of the SNES games and just the 16-bit sprite style. It's so timeless. Let's see. Seraph, yeah, I know about the boomerang cutter on Launch Octopus, yeah. I would have done it when I fought him, but I didn't fight Kuwanger first, so... Geez, everyone's just spouting out random crap. We've got like 17 different types of conversations going on here. Freddy's like, I personally prefer Ridge Racer 6 over 7. I'm like, where did that come from? Oh, okay, before that, Freddy says, I've been doing a lot of back and forth with Ridge Racer 6 and 7 lately. Played through most of their campaigns and are on to the rival races now in both games. That's pretty far into those games, yeah. Wow. Man, this is overload right now. I can't keep up with this. Yeah, Kuwanger is supposed to be a beetle of sorts. No, absolutely, but the actual term in real life, Kuwanger, isn't real. It's like Capcom made it up, from what I understand. But yes, his design's obviously based around a beetle. So the Mega Man X devs have something with beetles, though. There was the dung beetle in Mega Man X6. Jeez. Oh, jeez, I don't even want to... Never mind, I'm going to stop there. Oh, boy. Oh, Crestline. Crestline just popped in, now he's got to leave already. Alright, so, I do want to... I need to go back to both these stages, actually, so we'll do this one first. Yeah, hi Crestline. Bye Crestline. V-Chill says, I always thought the Genesis couldn't hold a candle to the SNES top games like Mega Man X, Zelda, Link to the Past, Super Metroid, etc. I know it'll ruffle I can't talk right now. I know it'll ruffle some feathers, but I actually agree with that statement to a degree. To a degree. Like, when Super Nintendo got top-tier games, they were, like, on a completely other level to, like, really anything else on the market at the time. You know, your Super Metroid, your Link to the Past, Final Fantasy VI, you know, things like that. There was just a level of production value and care put into those games that... I mean, I'm not gonna lie, the Super Nintendo... Ooh, I almost died. The Super Nintendo has some features that really help it, you know, like it's Mode 7, it's more sound sampling hardware that's, you know, can really replicate like a nice symphonic score much better than a Mega Drive ever could without CD support anyway. You know, things like that really help certain genres like action-adventure games and RPGs in particular. And, but it's not to say, like, the Genesis doesn't have, like, AAA top-tier games either. Like, you know, Vince was out there mentioning Streets of Rage 2 earlier, and that's, like... I'd probably argue that Streets of Rage 2 is, like, the best beat-em-up ever made. Like, I've played a lot of beat-em-ups, including, you know, the popular ones back in the day, and, like, it's just... That's one that just stands the test of time. It's beautiful to look at, it's got a great thumping soundtrack. So much replay value with all the different characters and all the different difficulty levels. Like, you crank that thing up to the highest difficulty level, and it's a completely different game. And, like, you don't even get that with difficulty raises in a lot of, you know, action games. You know, as far as, like, side-scrolling action games or platformers, like, I mean, the Sonic games are just... Especially like Sonic's 2 and 3, like the production values in those games is just off the chart. And they're so much fun to play, beautiful to look at even today. And Genesis has stuff like that, you know? It's got Rice Star, it's got Gunstar Heroes. I do feel like it's longer games, like RPGs and stuff like that. They do suffer more compared to like what's on Super Nintendo. But on the flip side of that, you know, you could argue that the Genesis might even have, like, way better action games on average compared to the Super Nintendo. But when the Super Nintendo has a banger, it's like, unforgettable, you know? So, it's an interesting conversation to have, but I also do think a part of that is also a result of the hardware being so different from one another. And that's just a fact of life, you know? I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of skip through these guys. Whee! Charge up Sing Chameleon's weapon, and you can be invincible. Pretty handy. I like it a lot, actually. I will actually argue pretty heavily that the Genesis has, on average, more good, like, just straightforward action games. You got, like, Nintendo, like, on Super Nintendo, you've got some top-tier ones, like Castlevania IV and Contra 3 and, you know, stuff like that, but there's a lot of, like, mediocre to, like, subpar, like, action games on Super Nintendo. Realm, you know, things like that. But the Super Nintendo excelled way more at just those longer experiences, your role-playing games, your longer, more action-adventure games. You know, Super Metroid, it's an action game, but it's also more like an adventure game at the same time. You know, it's an exploratory game. You've got to explore and find items, and you're not going to get through the game in 3 hours on your first try. It's probably going to take you more like 10 or 12 on your first try, if you've never played it before. By the way, this is kind of the same deal as earlier on in the game. You have to just get zapped by Vile here. Zero comes out, tries to kill him, fails, and then dies. Spoiler alert, it'll happen in about 3 seconds. Liberal Arts Guy, welcome back. Kako Demon, welcome back, says, which Mega Man is this? This is Mega Man X. Vince says, I don't think anyone can argue that the SNES isn't home to the greatest RPGs of that generation. Really, some of the greatest of all time. Yeah. But, you know, it's also one of those things where it's like credit where credit's due. Some people just don't have as much experience with the opposite platform. And I, on the other hand, do. It's actually kind of why I sort of like talking about these topics, even though, like, the whole fanboy console war thing, console war shtick is, like, really annoying to me in general. But you can't really, like, paint these systems with such, like, a wide brushstroke. And if you want to have a good conversation about them, like, you really got to dig into the nitty-gritty details and be familiar with a greater portion of the libraries. But that's just what I have concluded over many decades of playing both platforms, is that Genesis tends to have, on average, more high-quality, like, fast action games. Arcade types of games. Super Nintendo is much more, much better with, like, the longer experiences, adventure games, role-playing games, stuff like that. And some of its features just really help that too, like, you know, its larger color palette and whatnot, and its symphonic scores. Alright, I'm gonna actually switch back over to this, and this makes my life a whole lot easier here. And both systems, like, they can do pretty well in areas where, you know, they might not normally excel. Like, Genesis does have great RPGs. You know, it's even got its own Zelda clone, Crusader of Senti, which looks gorgeous, actually. Still not quite as appealing looking as Link to the Past, you know, but it gets really close. So it's interesting to talk about. So I can actually use the homing here. Whoops. I wonder which system's better for beat-em-ups, though. Like, I'm actually thinking about it right now, and, like... Super Nintendo does have Turtles in Time. I guess Japanese Double Dragon 4? Final Fight 1's okay. But... I don't know. A lot of other beat 'em ups on both platforms are like... I'm just thinking about them right now. I'm like, eh, they're kind of average. Like, not really noteworthy. Like, Genesis has Hyperstone Heist, which is a weaker version of Turtles in Time. And then, well, it's got the 3 Streets of Rage games. I think all 3 Streets of Rage games are pretty good. Like, what other really good beat 'em ups does Genesis have, though? Like, not just, like, middle of the road, or just maybe slightly above average beat 'em ups. I don't know. So many of them that I can think of are just kind of like, eh, they're just there. Both on the Genesis and Super Nintendo side. Knights of the Round and King of Dragons. Oh, yeah, you're right. I never was, like, a big fan of Knights of the Round, honestly. It just always felt weird to me, but King of Dragons is one of my all-time favorites. Yeah, I did play that a lot, actually, growing up on the Super Nintendo. Taking lots of hits, because I'm thinking about this topic. Thinking about it with intent. I know Genesis has, like, Power Rangers the movie, and that one's got a good engine, but it's very repetitious, extremely repetitious. I actually tried that a few weeks ago. Oops, thought he was gonna go to the left-hand side. David says the Genesis has better shmups. I think it does overall. Yeah, it has more of them, and more of them are high quality compared to Super Nintendo shmups. But there's a major misconception in the retro scene these days that says Super Nintendo doesn't have any good shmups, and that's completely false. Like, it's got a bunch of really good shmups too. It just doesn't have as many of them, in my opinion. I mean, I don't even know if that's really an opinionated thing. Like, you could probably, do a list of all the Genesis shmups and then do a list of all the Super Nintendo shmups, and the Genesis might even just beat it by default, just, like, with the number of them. And you can scroll down that list and be like, oh yeah, that's probably higher quality, that's probably higher quality, blah blah blah. Although that's actually a fun topic to talk about. Because when we talk about shmups, I like to then introduce the PC Engine, which is probably the console, the retro console with the greatest amount of shmups. It's got like over 100, I think. It's insane. Do we count Ninja Warriors again as a beat 'em up? I don't. That's generally what we call a belt scroller. There's no Z-axis, so it's kind of like a different type of game. It's more like Kung Fu or Vigilante, or the original Ninja Warriors arcade game, Altered Beast belt scroller. You know, Shinobi and Rolling Thunder. Although Shinobi and Rolling Thunder, I'd almost even put them in their own genres. They're less like belt scrollers than they are just their own kind of unique take on the action formula. Oh, 90s gaming guy. Practice, 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 practice. Yeah, honestly, I put the Super Nintendo and the Genesis kind of like on the same footing, personally, the same level. I think they both have their pros and cons, big time. You'll generally find me kind of like, oops, I did not mean to jump out of that. It's basically what I had talked about earlier, is I'll actually find myself playing action games a lot more often on Genesis. I think it has a lot more decent ones, and a lot more that I haven't even played yet, or put a lot of time into yet, that I want to eventually. Stuff like, you know, Rice Star, and I want to eventually beat Alien Soldier, and you know, there's a bunch of other random stuff too. I started playing like Atomic Runner Chelnov a couple months ago, and I was like, oh man, I need to learn this game. It's pretty good. Oh, speaking of Belt Scroller, Two Crude Dudes. That game is awesome on Genesis. That is an awesome game. Highly recommend it. But then, like, you know, the interesting thing about the Genesis is that it actually had add-ons, you know. I can actually do a lot more with the Genesis overall. I've got my Sega CD support, which I love, and I've got my 32X support, which I also love. Not as much, but I still love it. And then I can play Master System games on it. It's like, that's actually pretty crazy. You've got almost like 4 different types of styles in one ecosystem. It's kind of nuts when you think about it. I'm grateful that all that stuff exists. That factor especially makes me lean towards just not even having a preference between one or two of the systems. It's like, Genesis has all this really cool stuff going on, and the Super Nintendo's got this cool stuff going on, and they're just amazing platforms. You know, if you're a fan of 16-bit gaming and you only have one of them, like, you're really doing a disservice to yourself. Gotta have both. Alright, let's go ahead and just be invincible here. It's true, Mario. There's Super Game Boy. You're absolutely right. Yeah, Super Game Boy, that's an awesome feature on Super Nintendo. I still get tons of use out of that. I love it. Fluttershy says he still needs to get the Contra collection. You might want to check the price on that right now, because last week it was only like $4. So it might actually still be on sale for that. You might want to try to jump on that soon. Otherwise, I think it'll go back up to 20 bucks. Yeah, Cacodemon. Contra Hardcore and Genesis is very good. I agree. Awesome, awesome game. Alright, there we go. Getting close to the end of the game. We have, I think, one more main level, and then we should be at the final boss. Oh, yeah. Yeah, one thing I like about X1 is they do the boss refights, like, within the levels themselves. Kind of like, in a way, kind of like Mega Man 1. I enjoy that. Fluttershy, you'll have to check the price. I know on PlayStation it was like $4. I don't know about on Switch, but some of these companies tend to do sales at the same time across multiple platforms. Yeah, so it's just worth checking the price at least. Or if someone wants to Google it real quick, you know, you can go to Nintendo's shop and check it out. VHL says Castlevania Bloodlines might be funner than Castlevania IV. Yeah, some people feel that way about that. Those two games. I am definitely in Camp Castlevania IV. That's just a game I could probably play every day for like the rest of my life. And I love Bloodlines. I think it's an amazing game. I played through it a few weeks ago, actually. I think over on Twitch I was playing through it, and yeah, amazing game. But I find that for me, Castlevania IV has a lot more going on. Like, there's always something to like whip at and do, whereas in Bloodlines there's like a lot of dead air at a lot of moments. It's almost kind of like, I don't think rhythmic's the term, but a lot of times in Bloodlines, it's like, oh, there's just like one enemy on screen or something like that, and I go and I kill that enemy, and then it's wait, and then one more enemy appears, and it's like, Castlevania IV always feels like it has like a more interesting dynamic with like how many enemies are on screen at times, and just more exhilarating for me, I guess. So on repeat plays, it's more interesting to me. Also, I do feel like, you do feel like you're going on more of a journey in Castlevania IV. Like, technically you're actually going on a bigger journey in Bloodlines, because you're actually traversing, like, the countryside. In Castlevania IV, it's just a lead up to Dracula's castle, and then the second half of the game is you're in Dracula's castle. But the way one level connects to the next just feels, like, so cohesive. And, yeah, it just feels much more memorable to me. It's not just a series of random set pieces, like, it just all seems to make more sense. Granted, I've had, you know, a little over 30 years to think about this. I've played the games, I've played both games so many times. They're some of my most played 16-bit games, but Bloodlines and Castlevania IV. Why am I using his, I'm an idiot. I'm getting so distracted with these conversations that I'm just using the wrong sub-weapons. Don't shoot me, guys. Kakademon says, Castlevania IV also has better control. Yeah, that is, I guess it depends on your definition of better. I mean, Bloodlines is, you do have to, like, commit to your jumps. There's no mid-air jump control in that game. And, you know, you don't have as many options when it comes to, like, whipping in different directions. There is still some multi-directional attacking in that game, depending on the character that you play as, but, yeah, it's not as flexible as Castlevania IV, that's for sure. But the controls are very responsive. It's a very responsive game. '90s Gaming Guy asks, how are the furballs? They're doing well. Milo is actually right behind me, sleeping on a blanket. Alright, let's go ahead and grab this. Shouldn't really need it. Jeff says, eShop has Contra Anniversary for 20 bucks. Oh, that's a bummer. So, yeah, it's not on sale right now, Fluttershy. Yeah, so I would, I mean, if you think you're gonna play the games a lot, yeah, they're definitely worth buying. I mean, I bought that collection, I think, day one. Where is my... Oh, it's that one. Yeah, no, $20 isn't bad at all, but that was the price it came out as, so... yeah, I guess the idea was to try to grab it while it was on, like, super sale, but... doesn't seem like it is on the Switch side, which is a bummer. Slow down, Central. David says, I love the FM sound chip in the Genesis, even if it is somewhat limited. Yeah, it is definitely limited, but it just has its own unique sound, you know? And that's another aspect of the whole debate that I, you know, always have to bring up, is that, each sound hardware type is very different from one another. The Genesis versus Super Nintendo. And the Genesis is better suited for certain types of music. Like, it really nails that, like, club, techno, and electronic music, or techno and house sound from back in the day. I mean, just the Streets of Rage games in particular, 1 and 2, I would say, just really hit that. And then, like, the Jesper Kid stuff, like Subterranea, a little bit of Red Zone, and then the Adventures of Batman and Robin. It's just like, you would not be able to recreate that on the Super Nintendo. But then you got stuff like, you know, the Final Fantasies, and you would never be able to replicate that on a Genesis. The symphonic scores, like, it's just, depends on the game. Super Castlevania IV's soundtrack is a great example. It's so jazzy, and it sounds real, you know. You would never be able to replicate that on a Genesis. So... But again, like, there's some stuff that is just amazing on Genesis. It just depends on what you're going for and, like, the kind of game it's, you know, it's being paired up with. This boss used to give me so much trouble back in the day when I was a kid. I struggled at this guy for, like, hours. Hey, cool, welcome back. Vicho asks, did the original PlayStation outdo the N64? The 64 still has great games too, just not as many. It way outdid the N64. I mean, we're talking like... we're talking like over 1,500 games on PlayStation? I think even more than that, maybe. And they both actually got really close performance-wise as well because of the hardware differences. But yeah, I think the N64 is it's a great console. I think its biggest issue is the fact that it doesn't have as much variety as, well, PS1 in particular, because that's the thing that holds back the N64 the most. Like, if I want to play shmups, I basically don't do that on N64, because there's really only, like, 2? Unless you start including stuff like the twin-stick shooters, like Robotron. Okay, so I think I'm actually maxed out on everything. I think I want to use Ice on the first boss here. So this is a multi-phase final boss fight. Yeah, no, I mean, PlayStation obviously outperformed N64 sales-wise, like, by a large margin. It's still one of the best-selling consoles of all time, but, you know, its game library was so much more varied, and there were so many more games. I mean, like, I do a lot of, like, importing still on PlayStation. There's still games I'm learning about I never even knew existed, and it's not really the case on N64. Like, its library is limited to the point where it's like I haven't really learned much about the 64 in a long time, because there's just not that much to learn about it. Like, I'm not finding cool new sweet hidden gems or anything like that decades later. And a lot of the games people really talk about are the popular ones, you know, your Mario 64, your Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, GoldenEye, you know. And then you got the kids that grew up with it, like, they were, like, really tiny kids at the time, like 5, 6 years old, they had Banjo-Kazooie, DK64. And that stuff didn't really interest me by then. Like, in the late 90s, had moved on to importing games for Saturn and playing a lot of PS1, and, you know, still did a lot of N64, but overall, it is definitely much more limited than the PlayStation in particular. I'm gonna go ahead and just shoot this guy regularly. This is Sigma. It's our final boss. And he's got one more phase. It's a huge robot in the background. Definitely the most dangerous phase. Vince says, I believe the PlayStation had something like 1,700 games across regions. Yeah, it's a staggering number. Like, I feel like I'm gonna be discovering random-ass games on PlayStation until the day I die. Like, I'm still discovering stuff, even on Super Nintendo and Genesis, and I'm pretty well-versed in those libraries. I still occasionally run into, like, the random game that I thought I knew about, or maybe I recognized the cover, but I was actually completely unaware of what it looks like in-game and what the actual gameplay was like. On PlayStation, it's like, especially once you start diving into the Japanese stuff, there is some wacky stuff, and I love it. I love it for that, actually. Alright, I'm gonna use an E-Tank. Like, I got this game, it's quote-unquote a game, sometime last year for PlayStation. It's called, like, Baby Universe, and what it is, all it is a visualizer. Like, it plays music, and you can, like, adjust the visuals on the fly. It's like, what? This was a full retail release back then? Like, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, so for this boss, you have to use Armored Armadillo's weapon. And I meant to use a sub-tank. Or if you have the Hadoken, you can use the Hadoken. But I don't have the Hadoken, so... Yeah, this boss is actually... I'm not gonna lie, it's actually not that easy. And a lot of these attacks that he does actually do a lot of damage. I'm trying to play it safe here. I think it's actually a good final boss, because it's actually somewhat challenging. There you go. Vince says there is no genre or market segment that is not well served by the PlayStation library. It was as wide as it was deep. Yeah, totally. I 100% agree. Saturn's got a great library, but it's very limited in, like, quality 3D platformers and stuff like that. You know, it had, like, Tomb Raider. It had Croc, which a lot of people seem to like from that era. You know, it had some weird, interesting platformers, like, you know, Burning Rangers, but, you know, for the most part, there wasn't a genre that was well represented on Saturn. And the N64 is very similar with things like shoot-'em-ups and good arcade-style action games. Like, they're almost non-existent on N64. But the PlayStation, like Vince said, it just has all that stuff. I mean, N64 doesn't even have a legit normal pinball game on it. Like, that's not an unlockable secret in, like, it's Japanese Animal Crossing or something. Like, PlayStation's got a ton of them. You know, and, like, just pretty much every genre on PlayStation is well represented. And, oh, Fluttershy Mason mentioned Fix the Adventurer. Yeah, I remember that. I actually used to have that. Yep. Adrian, that's not really a problem. You just gotta learn to import, man. Importing is so easy on Saturn. I mean, if anyone wants to, like, learn how to import and feel, like, kind of badass about it, just learn how to import on Saturn. It's like having voodoo knowledge or something. I don't know. One thing I will say about N64 is that I think it was the best driving game console for the time. I think it even, like, PlayStation has more driving games, but N64 has, I think, more high quality ones. Ridge Racer 64, Wave Race, Mario Kart 64, F-Zero X, you know, Rush 2049. Even N64's Hydro Thunder was actually pretty good. And even, like, the quote-unquote average driving games on the N64 are still, like, pretty good. Like, some of the top tier games are really cool. You got Beetle Adventure Racing, and I know there's a lot more that I'm missing. But Leo can vouch, like on Twitch, it'll be late night, and I'll have my flash card fired up, and we'll just be going through all those we'll just be going through all the random driving games on N64, and it's just like one good one after another. It's actually pretty crazy. And that analog stick is just like, it feels like it was made for those games. Liberal Arts Guy says Quest 64, best RPG ever. But yeah, with the Saturn, if you want to import games, it doesn't matter what region you're in. You can just use a cartridge. You know, you get an action replay. It bypasses the region lockout, and it also acts as the RAM expansion for games like X-Men vs. Street Fighter. But then it also, you know, it has like, I don't remember if it's megabytes or megabits. I don't know, but 8 megs of onboard storage, so you can back up your save data to the cartridge, and it lasts a really long time. I haven't had an action replay backup die on me yet, so yeah, I mean, I'm not saying like Gran Turismo and Gran Turismo 2 are like not top tier racing games. They absolutely are, but they're kind of like, I feel like the exception to the rule on PlayStation. And you had some other great ones too. You know, you had the Need for Speed games, some of the Need for Speed games. Need for Speed 2 was not very good on PlayStation, but you know, you had other stuff that was really, really good too. You had the Wipeout games. The Wipeouts on PlayStation, no pun intended, kind of like wiped the floor with other platforms. Although I will say Wipeout 64 is still my favorite Wipeout game. Like, I love that game on N64. It's like almost like a modified version of Wipeout XL. Slightly different course design and stuff like that, but just awesome controls and good visuals. Yeah, Wipeout 3 is awesome. Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, even the first Wipeout has like a charm to it. Once you get past like the goofy load screens and stuff, like the gameplay is still pretty good. Did I see Extreme G went up on Nintendo Switch Online? I did not, but it's one I never really... That frame rate is way too low for that game to be enjoyable for me. I've never been able to get into Extreme G1. And to a lesser extent, Part 2. I think Part 2, it was kind of playable, but like some of the track design was also really weird. I didn't get into the Extreme G series until Part 3 on GameCube, and like, that's still one of my all-time favorite racing games. Well, futuristic racing games. Although futuristic racing games are probably my favorite racing games. They're the ones I go back to the most, like Wipeout, F-Zero, and Extreme G3. And XDRA, actually. I played that one quite a lot, too, so... yeah, no, 90s Gaming Guy says Need for Speed Hot Pursuit on PS1 was really good. Yeah, I agree with that, actually. Yeah. More Nexus, I see they were still worried about staff poaching and didn't let the dev team use their real names. Yep, PlayStation's got the Ridge Racer games as well. I mean, all the Ridge Racer games on PlayStation are just excellent games. From 1 to Revolution, to Rage Racer, to Ridge Racer 4. I plan on ordering a RetroTink 5X next week, and once I get that and no longer have to deal with like bad resolution switching, messing with my capture card, I'm gonna start doing more PS1 and Saturn stuff. Starting with the Ridge Racer games. Alright. Creepy way to end things, but let me pull up this menu here. Oh yeah, cool. The Negcon on PlayStation's a really solid controller. It's very fun playing those games with that. Adrian says, I almost pulled the trigger on a RetroTink 4K, but it sold out way too quick. Yeah, I would love a 4K. It's just, it's much more versatile, but yeah, that price, it's just, I can't do like $800. That's just, no, I can't do it. I just can't do it, unfortunately. All right. I'm just trying to think of what I want to play next, actually. That playthrough actually took me a lot longer than expected. That was like an hour and a half long, at least. I mean, I've been streaming for an hour and 45 minutes now, so yeah, that was probably about a 90-minute run. Burgle says, I'm surprised you never got into World of Warcraft. Why do you say that? What makes you think I am a World of Warcraft type of guy? Because I clearly cover so many of those types of games on this channel, right? Burgle, no, not Burgle. Caco Demon says Chrono Trigger is truly the best SNES RPG. I think that's a matter of taste. And Seraph says, how do you guys feel about the N64 controller's weird shape? I think it's fine. You know, yeah, it's fine. You know, for the games that will use a D-pad and the traditional 6-button setup, it does that. And then for other types of games, like driving games and whatever, it's the analog and Z button setup, and with C buttons, I think it's actually pretty decent. Vicho asks, do I still go game hunting for physical games? Yeah, occasionally. Not really, like... see, I'm in the Northern Virginia area, just outside Washington, D.C., and we have quite a few choices here. So I don't really go hunting, per se. Like, I don't really go to thrift stores looking for video games, because they never have them. I actually go to thrift stores looking for other things. But... then, I've got East Starland, I've got a place called Superbit, and there's another, like, one-off shop. Actually, 2 one-off shops in the same area. So I have, like, 4 options. And then I still have, like, GameStop. We have multiple GameStops around here, and it's... I still go buy physical games. Like, I was at Starland yesterday. I picked up about $130 worth of games, actually, for PS1. And I got a PS1 light gun, actually. Yeah, I mean, I still technically buy stuff, but I'm not, like, actively, like, collecting much. Like, I buy stuff because I want to play them, or, like, or I want to stream them, or maybe it's a couple games that, like, I'd like to have in my personal collection, but I'm not going out to intentionally, like, pad the collection with just random stuff. It's like, I try to buy with intent now, and, all right, let me go back to my my first choice. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. So it's another Capcom game, one that most of you guys probably aren't going to enjoy watching, but I'm going to go ahead and play it anyway. So, but I had actually thought about dabbling with this a little bit earlier, since I haven't actually played this version in quite some time. Yeah, Don, same here. And, you know, the N64 controller, it's perfectly comfortable. I never really, you know, had, like, hand cramps or anything like that with it, so it's just different, you know? But in '96, like, the analog stick concept on a console, in a smaller form factor, I should say, because the 5200 technically had an analog joystick, and the Vectrex also had one. Probably shouldn't have had one, but it did. You know, it was still kind of like a new concept, because we had just been rocking, like, digital D-pads for such a long time by that point. I mean, even the PS1, it didn't have a proper analog stick, like, regular controller, until, like, partway through its life. And, you know, no one had really come up with a set standard yet. And obviously, PlayStation was being as popular as it was, that became the standard, you know, the dual analog stick setup, and for good reason. So this actually isn't me playing right here. This is just the demo. It just goes right into it. So let me keep scrolling through chat here. Saikazu, what's going on, Adam? He says, any final fight is worth the time. Hell yeah. Adrian says, I have to do most of my hunting online. He did get a copy of Elemental Gimmick Gear for a good price recently. Nice. That's a Dreamcast, like, almost Zelda-like. It's, that's a game that's kind of like a bucket list game for me, because I played it a little bit back in, like, 2001, and I liked what I played. But, All right, let's go ahead and hit, is it A and start? It is not. Let's do select and start? No. Maybe it's like L and start. I don't know. There's a way to get to an options menu in this, so you can set different things, which is kind of cool. What's better, Final Fight or Streets of Rage? I mean, as a series overall, I would say Streets of Rage by far. But Final Fight's probably my favorite beat-em-up of all time. The arcade game, in particular. Again, like anything else, it's up to taste. But also, perspective plays a role, too. If you've played all the Streets of Rage games, and you've played all the Final Fight games, if you didn't lean towards Streets of Rage, I would probably think you're crazy. Because Final Fights 2 and 3 are not great games. Final Fight 2 in particular is just like super boring. And Final Fight 3 is kind of like, it's better, but it's still not quite there. It still very much pales to first Final Fight arcade game. Adam, it's probably just ROM size. That's probably it, man. I bet you that's exactly what it was, just ROM size. Capcom probably didn't want to pay for a bigger ROM or something like that. Or they didn't want to spend time trying to optimize things to be able to fit it in. I don't know what they were doing, but it seems like a reasonable excuse. I mean, the characters in Final Fight are actually quite large. And even these guys, they're still smaller compared to the arcade game. You know, Super Nintendo uses a, you know, significantly lower resolution than what the CPS arcade hardware was using. Oh my god, he just like flew out. I'm gonna be really sad if I die in the first level. Like, this is supposed to be a lot easier because you only get 3 enemies on screen at most. And here I am, like, almost dying already. Oh my god. Oh, you guys aren't supposed to spawn in. Jeez. I've been playing so much of, like, the Sega CD version and the arcade version that I'm not used to these altered enemy patterns. I actually have a full Let's Play of this game on my YouTube channel, and it took me a while to be able to get this one down, but I managed to 1cc it, 1 credit clear it, and, you know, in a Let's Play, which was pretty cool, but even though there's only 3 enemies on screen, they tend to move really fast, even compared to other versions, and they're still aggressive, and they still do a ton of damage. Liberal Arts Guy says the Sega CD port is great. Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, so for anyone that hasn't really messed around with Streets of Rage, the mechanics are actually a little more complex too, which makes them more interesting to play. You know, they have greater like gameplay dynamics. So a great example is like if you get held and you get thrown, you can hold the up key on the D-pad and land on your feet, and you end up not taking any damage. What? Why didn't I grab you? That is jank as hell. And why did you let go? And you have more regular moves too, like, you know, you could do like a backhand, you know, for enemies behind you, and the different characters you can play as oftentimes have, like, you know, hold down the action button and then let go, and you'll do like Axel, for instance, will do like this really strong like double kick in front of him, and then you've got actual specials. Like with Axel, you do in Streets of Rage 2 and 3, it's forward attack, and you'll do his grand upper, which is like this really awesome like rising uppercut. He slides along the ground, does a ton of damage, and you can combo from just a regular, you know, like just keep mashing the button to do a basic 3-hit combo and then end it with that special. And then you have like panic attack specials and multiples of them, and there's so much stuff in the Streets of Rage games that just make them a lot more, I think, nuanced. It's not just mash, 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 like some beat-em-ups are. Like Final Fight, you could argue, is just mash, 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 but the arcade game in particular gets so difficult that you have to start learning what we call crowd control. Oh my god, that took away half my health! Are you serious? So, one strategy for crowd control is getting enemies on the same side of the screen. And in Final Fight, I mean, you can have upwards of like 15 or 20 enemies on screen towards like the end of the game. It gets nuts, and so you have to be able to learn how to crowd control, otherwise you're just going to get steamrolled. And Streets of Rage has a little bit of that too. I don't think it's quite as important as in Streets of Rage, because you have more flexibility with like your attacks and moves. You've got your specials and, you know, things like that. You've got all sorts of throws too, whereas in Final Fight you have literally one throw with each character. Actually, it's not entirely true, because Hager actually has the, he's got like suplexes and stuff like that. Well, he's got sort of two different types. He's got the, I guess it's the suplex. I don't know, I'm not a wrestling guy, so I don't know the moves by name, but then he's got the other one where he can jump into the air and smash the enemy's head into the ground, and so he has a little more flexibility than like Cody or Guy. There was Final Fight Guy, which was basically replaced Cody with Guy. Some other slight differences, but for the most part it's the same game. But yeah, the other cool thing about the Streets of Rage games is that, you know, if you play all three back to back, it's like, even Part 1 feels like much more archaic than 2 or 3, but they all have like a slightly different feel. Actually, Part 1 has a very different feel from the others, but it's still really fun and still nuanced, and I highly recommend it. It's still a great soundtrack. And whereas like Final Fights 2 and 3 on Super Nintendo, they feel a lot like the first Final Fight, and it's having like that different, unique feel between the different Rage games actually is, I think, to the benefit of the series. Alright, I need this pizza! Actually, I had pizza for dinner tonight. It was pretty good. I'm probably gonna finish the rest of it before I go to bed later. Yeah, cool. I mean, in Streets of Rage Parts 2 and 3, I'm actually really glad they got rid of the cop car, because it just slowed down the gameplay. But I appreciate it's there in the first game, because it gives that first game a different dynamic. Like, there are some bosses you get to, you want to just like you just want to use it. You don't want to save it. You want to go ahead and just use it and just like get half the fight over with right away, and it's just cool, because you can't do that in the other two games. So, again, I think that actually plays into that, like, the favor of that series, which is cool. Ooh, sword. Nice. So, like, high-level Final Fight players will never use the weapons, but I like using the weapons. Knives are actually really good with Cody. Pretty powerful, and then you can throw them. Mario asks, what kind of pizza did I have? I just got a basic Domino's New York style pizza with extra cheese. Cool says, man, Golden Axe is kind of hard to go back to, especially once you figure out how dominating a couple of the aerial dash moves are. I don't know about hard to go back to. I've never had an issue going back to the first Golden Axe. I have a major soft spot for that game, and I completely left that turkey behind. Golden Axe definitely feels like very different from almost any other beat 'em up ever made, though. It is very interesting. Adrian says, all those dash moves in Golden Axe is how I got through the game. That's how I think a lot of us got through the game. Alright, Barone says, Streets of Rage 2 and Streets of Rage 3 are more advanced in gameplay than almost anything on that generation, be it SNES or even the Neo Geo. And then he says, but outside of that, the library is pretty thin in terms of really good beat 'em ups. The first Golden Axe, for being a 1989 port with co-op, pretty close to the arcade gameplay, is excellent. Yeah, I like that. Other than those 3 games, it's really difficult to get me to play any other beat 'em ups on it. Well, I mean, there's Hyperstone Heist. Hyperstone Heist is really good. I'd say that's an excellent beat 'em up. I'd personally put Hyperstone Heist right below Streets of Rage 2. It has enough different about it and interesting about it to still warrant having and playing, even if you already have Turtles in Time. It is kind of nice. It's a shorter game. Like, it takes 40 minutes to go through as opposed to like an hour and 15 or whatever Turtles in Time takes. And there's some of the levels that are in Turtles in Time are, you know, like cut down and shortened and like made to flow a little bit different in Hyperstone. So it's cool. And then you get like the badass Genesis renditions of that awesome music. And I'm getting wrecked here. So every version of Final Fight has like a different strategy for this guy. Like in the arcade game, you want to pick up for me, I pick up the sword right as he is about to hit me. And you have invincibility frames when you switch weapons. So I use that. But in the Sega CD one, a lot of times he just sits back and I can just grab a sword and just smack him down over and over. But in this one, I don't remember the strategy. It's been so long since I've messed around with this version. Fluttershy says, it's crazy to see how great this game still looks. They did such a great job on the visuals on this port. Yeah, I always... You know, a lot of people like to crap on this game, but when I saw this, like, in, it was like late 1991, I was blown away. I was like, oh my god, I can't believe what I'm seeing. And I think it's still a decent enough looking game. There we go, some crowd control. Santino says, one of the creators of Streets of Rage said after all these years, we've been saying grand upper wrong. It's ground upper. I mean, ground upper actually makes sense because Axel's on the ground first, and then he does his uppercut, so... And, you know, Japan is really good at Englishifying, you know, English words, and so it still doesn't really sound right or flow right. Like, ground upper, that... Okay, but, I mean, that would make sense to me, if that's what they originally intended. I didn't, you know, I didn't even know it was grand upper until I started doing YouTube stuff. Because, like, the voice call-out is so garbled, like, you can't even really make it out. I'm sure I thought it was something completely different as a kid. But I didn't really care. It was just, it kind of came with the Genesis territory. so many callouts on the Genesis and Mega Drive were garbled messes. And I just used my imagination. So to throw guys in this game, you can just walk up to them and grab them. But if you do a combo, then hold up, you'll throw them in the opposite direction automatically, and that's how you can do some crowd control in this. Barone says, Hyperstone Heist is pretty good, I just have had enough of it. Oh, look at you. Had enough of it. I don't care if you've had enough of it. You just got to acknowledge it's a great beat 'em up on the system. That's all we care about right now, Barone. The strategy on these guys changes from every version too. I don't know if I'm supposed to jump kick them over and over, or if I have to just use the sword. It's sword's going right through them. In the arcade and Sega CD ones, I just jump kick them, but it's barely even working in this. Oh my god. He says the enemy patterns in Hyperstone Heist are a bit mediocre. Yeah, I kind of get around that though, Barone, by cranking the difficulty up to the highest. Like, it's a pretty tough game on the highest difficulty, and it's a good challenge, and so that kind of gets me past the repetitive enemy patterns. And he mentioned Water Margin, the Chinese Knights of the Round knockoff. It's quite okay, but way more fun two-player. One player, it's boring, yeah. I played that for the first time probably about a month ago, and I was impressed by the visuals. You know, it definitely seems like it's got decent production values, but it's an even lesser version of Knights of the Round. Like, there are some gameplay mechanics in that are just really lacking. And yeah, I got bored of it. I think I got made it like 3 or 4 levels in, and I was like, yeah, I'm done with this. This is just not doing it for me. Man, whatever like invincibility frames those guys have, that's crazy in this version. Yeah, it's like I lost all my lives there. So I'm not going to continue in this game. I will definitely get a game over. But if anybody, for some reason, wants to see a full playthrough of this, with a slightly peeved and annoyed Austin, because I think I had to try to record this game like 5 times in a row and I failed. And like my voice was going out, and yeah, feel free to just find that video on my channel. Yeah, so Super Nintendo has another Knights of the Round style beat 'em up. It's called Legend, and it's also kind of like, it's like middle of the road. Knights of the Round for me was like one of those games that the combat just feels so like unresponsive. It just doesn't feel all that good to me. Like Final Fight, like I'm attacking really fast, like my attacks just come out right away, but in Knights of the Round it's like the wind-ups on your swings and your combos just, and the lack of like keyframes in between like actual hits, it just feels really off to me. And so then games like Legend and Water Margin, they kind of do the same thing, and I have the exact same issue with those games, but then they're like also like not as nuanced as Knights of the Round, and so they feel even worse. Cool and Unusual Games says, was King of Dragons on SNES? It was, yes. Alright, I'm done. I'm just getting my ass kicked. Kicked pretty hard. '90s gaming guy, yeah, it was. That's why we were talking about it. Yeah, Knights of the Round was ported to the Super Nintendo as well. Man, that was a disaster. All right. All right. So we're just going to play the normal route in this, otherwise I'll never make it through the game. Do the regular game. So you've got 3 different routes, and there's also a couple of hidden stages you can find too. But the middle route is kind of like your default, and anyone that's never played this game before, I recommend just playing that. Garsh asks, has anyone tried the Star Fox hack that increases the frame rate? I have not. I know there was one that came out years ago and it just kind of like sped everything up to a point where it made the controls feel weird. Like, even though the frame rate is low in this game, it has a very nice feel to it. Like, aiming just feels right, and when you like speed it up without accounting for that, it really throws off like the aim controls. So, but Leo might have tried it. I thought him and I had talked about it a long time ago, but maybe not. I don't remember. Oh, that's funny, Garsh. Yeah, the first time I saw this game was also at a KB Toys. Alright. Gotta get used to my controls again. So, X boosts. You can do barrel roll. B slows down. And then I'm guessing A is my energy bomb, whatever it's called. Yeah, I've always loved how the first Star Fox feels. I mean, same with Star Fox 64, it feels like an amazing game, but, you know, even with this low frame rate, it's always just felt really good to me. And so it's one of those Super Nintendo games I go back quite frequently, a couple times a year at least. It's really nice that when you're on the ground, like, you get close to it, and you just kind of hold up to go against it. You won't actually crash. It's a great design choice. Now, if you're, like, high up, and you dash down, okay, it's actually not making me crash, which is cool. Yeah, there you go. I boosted, and I smacked into the ground, but it's just an awesome design choice. Makes the game so much more user-friendly. Makes the gameplay so much smoother. It's just little design choices like that make such a huge difference in video games. Especially when you have enemies like literally on the ground. And they're really hard to hit from the sky, so you just get on the ground and just shoot straight at them. Darren, there is not a Shadow Gate on SNES. There is one on the Turbo Duo. It was the second Shadowgate, technically. Well, it was called Beyond Shadowgate. There was another one on N64. Which used all polygons. Oops. You can deflect bullets in this. And I always forget to do that, because the low frame rate does make the barrel rolls a little awkward to do. It takes some getting used to. There we go. Did I ever play Star Fox 2? Yeah, I've tried it a couple times, but I haven't been able to get into it. It is a very different game from the first one. Like, lots of small-scale battles and whatnot. It's just kind of weird. I hear it's actually really fun when you get into it, but it's so different that it never clicked with me. Wow, they took no damage? That's unusual. Thanks for the GG, Barone. Yeah, that's the thing, Freddy. It's like, it was really impressive back in the day if you hadn't seen any arcade polygonal games, which I hadn't at the time. But you can look at it now and be like, oh, that's archaic, but then you think, well, it's also running on a Super Nintendo. Like, this system probably shouldn't be able to do this, so I still think it's really cool. Well, cool. Maybe on Discord one day you can just, like, tell me the ins and outs of Star Fox 2, and maybe it'll finally click with me.
Good luck.
Hey, Banu, welcome back. Yeah, so generally you can actually switch between third person and first person, but there's a lot of stuff going on in these levels. A lot of like 2D obstacles coming your way, and you've got all like the the star field and stuff like that. And so I find that when I'm in first person, the frame rate tends to be a little bit slightly better, and also aiming I think tends to be a little bit easier. But you can play it either way you want. But it does switch you to first person automatically on this level, just to kind of show you that it's a feature. Nice, that actually gave me a firepower upgrade. So I'm at max firepower right now. Now, if you take too much damage, you do downgrade your guns, and that sucks. If you're trying to go through like the later parts of the game with a level 1 weapon, it's a little frustrating. So ideally, you don't take a lot of damage. Those spinning rings, that's energy refills. And then the static ones that are silver, those are checkpoints. Oh, Ooh, I ran right into that. I felt that. Sometimes I'll use my bombs here. Get rid of all those weak spots at the same time. Nice. Good deal. Cool mentions, he says, I think the console-style action-oriented usage of polygons in this game was a really fresh thing, because like computer games had polygons, but they were either sims or they were totally abstract. Yeah, that's a good description. Nintendo took the polygon approach with Argonaut and was able to craft like a nice, straightforward action game. That's a well-designed action game, too. Like, it's like the middle path in particular is very user-friendly. The game starts to get mean on the second path, and then it starts to hate you on the third path. But, you know, there's a lot of replay value with the different routes and difficulty levels. Did I ever play the bad port of Wolfenstein 3D on the Game Boy Advance? Not only did I play it, I bought it the day it came out, back in the day. Yeah, I regret that purchase. I was so hyped for that version. After Doom came out, I thought it was going to be perfect, but no. Don asks, do you lose your wing if you take too much damage in this game? That was a thing in the 64 version. Yes, that happens in this one too. Yep. And then your ship control starts to feel weird. And your firepower gets downgraded in the process. No damage from my teammates again? Huh, that's weird, because I thought I shot, like, someone early on in the run. Oh well. Liberal Arc Sky, I don't care if it's got 60 levels. It plays like crap, there's no music. Like, why would you want to play 60 levels of that garbage? I mean, that's like a nice number on paper, but then when you actually play it, you're like, why couldn't this have 10 levels with how it plays? Yeah, Wolfenstein 3D on Game Boy Advance is not... one of the more disappointing releases from that era, honestly. Leo says your shots don't hurt your wingmen. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought they always did. Well, that explains things. I definitely did hit one of my teammates. Yeah. Leo knows a lot about this game, by the way. If you ever have a question about Star Fox, just ask Leo. Alright, extra life. Leo says only enemy fire can hurt your teammates. Okay. Very cool. Did they change that for Star Fox 64? I could have sworn you could, like, kill your opponent, or kill your teammates in Star Fox 64. Don says the player's shots do hurt teammates in the 64 one. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought I remembered on one playthrough recently of the 64 one that Falco got really annoying because he's a real jackass in that game. I just shot him down just to get him to shut up. Like, go away, Falco, you're so annoying. I hate it when video game characters, like, are just constantly berating me. It's like, that's not fun. It doesn't make me feel better. I mean, obviously, if you're probably trying to go for some, like, perfect record or something like that on Star Fox 64, you're not going to want to shoot Falco down, but usually when I do variety streams like this, I don't care about that stuff, because I'm playing a wide variety of games in that one session. It's nice to be able to just go through and beat the games, but I don't need to perfect them. I don't. So, slow down. There we go. Yeah, these shots are so wide that they're actually hitting the walls on the side of me. Or I should say the columns that are passing by. Right, checkpoint. Got it. Alright, getting close to the boss fight. Leo says for an interesting twist that he recommends me try once on the default center path, you can finish with no surviving teammates. Really? I'll have to try that sometime. That sounds devilish. Oh. Probably should just use the bomb. Someone set up us the bomb. Don says, I love the military sounding drums in this game. Yeah, me too. Adds to, like, the tension. Liberal arts guy, as someone that, like, gushes over Quake on Saturn, how can you say that about the N64? Come on, man, the N64 has feelings, too. Ooh, nice. There's a lot of N64 games that hold up today, actually. I mean, it's quote-unquote holding up is really subjective, I would say. I mean, I think most kids these days would look at just about any game from that era and be like, yeah, that's garbage, even like if they're really good games, like Star Fox 64. But I don't know, as I dig through the N64 library, I think a lot of it is still decent. I go back to the games without any problem, but then again, I grew up during that era, and I have a YouTube channel that focuses on mostly the 90s in particular. Like, I do a lot of late 80s, and then I do a lot of early 2000s, but I mostly do stuff in that 10-year period that was the 90s. Because I still think that, to me, that was, as someone that grew up during that time, that was the best era of gaming. Because it was the biggest evolution in the industry. That decade was by far the biggest evolution. You know, like the Atari 2600 was still on store shelves in 1990, and then you had the PlayStation 2 in 2000. It's like, it's crazy. No, you're not wrong, cool. Like a lot of 3D games on those platforms back in the day kind of struggled to run well. But you have plenty that I think they still get close. They'll do like the mid-20s in terms of frame rate, and that's still plenty playable. It's all dependent on the game, you know? So... Alright, see ya, Based Seraph. Have a good night. Gotta get up for work early tomorrow. It's 12 over here. Yep, it's 12 over here, too. I'll be up for a few more hours, at least. Ugh. Fluttershy says, I got to Andross a few times on this, but never could beat him. It's still an amazing game. You should give it another try. Andross isn't too bad. You just gotta kind of know what to do. Bono says, it still breaks my heart that to Miyamoto and Nintendo, Star Fox only exists for experiments rather than a proper series. Yeah, I mean, the Star Fox series has been kind of weird from day one. I mean, well, Star Fox 1, I mean, to me was amazing growing up. But then, like, there was Star Fox 2 that was ultimately canceled, so that already kind of threw this weird curveball with, you know, into the,
Good luck.
into the series. And then Star Fox 64 was awesome, but also was in a way different from the first game because of, you know, it started introducing like 360 degree you know, battlefields and stuff like that, and sequences, I should say. And then apparently the guy that did the soundtrack for the first Star Fox had, I guess, him and Nintendo had some beef, and he ended up not returning, and so the music style in Star Fox 64 is like totally different from the first game. Like none of this kind of like sort of spacey funky music. It's weird hybrid. There's like none of that in Star Fox 64. And then you had Star Fox Adventures on the GameCube. Like, what? After that, I was like, man, I don't know what to think about Star Fox the series anymore. And then I did try, well, there was like oh yeah, there was Star Fox Assault on GameCube afterwards. I heard that's actually kind of fun. But then, like, there was a DS Star Fox game, which had, like, crazy real-time strategy influences, and I was like, this feels weird to me too, so... Star Fox Zero on the Wii U eventually, which I actually need to revisit, because the last time I did, I was actually really enjoying it. But yeah, the series has been just like a roller coaster ride of just weirdness. It's probably one of Nintendo's least consistent franchises. I'll give it that. I don't think it's a compliment, but I'll give it that. Yeah, like Banu said, it's like Nintendo uses it for experimentation. I see where he's coming from. Alright, I'm just gonna skip that bomb. Don't really care. Wow, Peppy called that enemy a fiend. He said, "Get lost, you fiend." Alright, boss time. Yeah, so Star Fox 64, not Star Fox 64, Star Fox Zero on the Wii U, I initially hated it. I bought it day one, I paid full price for it, and I was like, why did they do what they did with this game? I don't get it. Like, but then a couple of years later, I was streaming late one night on Twitch. I think Leo was there while I was playing it, and it just clicked. And I was like, oh man, I'm having a really good time with this game. I think you really have to get used to the fact that you do have to use the Wii U gamepad to aim in that game for fine-tuned aiming. And once you get that down, it actually feels pretty good. It's a good-looking game too. Generally runs pretty well, and it's flashy. You know, it's Platinum Games, so it's actually quite arcadey for what it is. So I've always wanted to go back after that one session and try to, like, actually finish it. Oh, Banu actually throws another... Yeah, he gets even more detailed with this. Star Fox was a test of the FX chip. Star Fox 2 was a test of the FX2 chip. 64 was a test of the Rumble Pack. In North America, it was bundled with the Rumble Pack, and that was actually a big deal. A lot of people bought that game just to get the Rumble Pack, because that was a new concept as well. Star Fox Assault was a test of letting a third party work on it. Did a third party do Assault? Because a third party did Adventures. I mean, that was rare. So, I mean, Nintendo always has input on projects like that. So, but primarily rare. Yeah, who made Assault then? Command was touchscreen. Then the 3D screen. True, Star Fox 64 at 3D. Yeah, that was. I mean, that was a good game to launch with, because like. They updated the graphics and stuff like that. They made it look better, and it ran... It definitely looked a lot nicer. I think it ran close to the same. Although parts that normally had slowed down in the 64 one, I think were completely ironed out in 3DS game. I mean, Fluttershy, you're literally just tilting the gamepad up and down slightly, like... And you don't even have to do that. You still have analog stick control, so it's more like for fine-tuned aiming. So a lot of the game in Star Fox Zero, you can just play with the analog sticks. But it is definitely beneficial to be using the gamepad here and there. So... Namco made Star Fox Assault? What? Really? Okay, for some reason I didn't know that. Holy crap. Huh. Interesting. Now I kind of want to try it. The more you know. Crestline, Star Fox be like Rocket Raccoon, an experiment. Lower Arts Guy said, I used to think Slippy was a girl. Asylum, welcome to stream. He says, I forgot how good the soundtrack for this game was. Hey Milo, let's come this way, bud. There you go. Over here, bud. We got a cat that wants attention. Alright, Milo, you gotta keep moving, bud. Can't block my chat, cat. Alright, so this is gonna be the final set of levels. We have a space section, and then we have a fly across the planet surface. And then we fight the final boss.
Good luck.
I think I might have to play a driving game after this. So we did a beat 'em up. We did a side-scrolling action game. We did a on-rails shooter. Maybe I'll do a driving game next. Zero. I mean, yeah. I had a nasty cough lately. No, Adam, I'll never do rock and roll racing. Ever. Because I heard everyone gets copyright claimed to hell and back with that game, so you guys will likely never see me play that on YouTube. Which sucks, because, like, a friend of mine, he kind of made me play that game years ago. And, like, we did two-player mode, I think. I think it had two-player mode. It was actually pretty fun. I was like, oh man, I'd love to play this game more, but I'm not going to if I can't do it on YouTube.
Incoming enemy.
And he retreats. Cool and Unusual Games says that Rock and Roll Racing evolved from a Commodore 64 game, Racing Destruction Set. There's a direct line to an Intellivision game, too. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, Fluttershy, there's a couple weird warps like that in this game. Yeah, I don't remember how to do any of them. But I know some of the rocks have like these weird faces on them. I think that's a part of it sometimes. I do actually like how this level just gets like super, just experimental. It's like, it's very abstract. Oops, no! I tried to hit it again when it didn't register. You hit it to switch directions. Oop, I did it again! Except it actually registered this time. Oh my god. I might actually die at this rate. Oh boy. It's a little bit of health back. Wow, that guy just like... He spawned in late. He spawned in like... after a object farther in the distance spawned in. That was weird. Oh, I missed. Oh my god, what am I doing? I think I'm getting too tired, guys. I missed the checkpoint completely, and I missed the shield recharge completely. I'm just a chip off the old block, I guess. Jeez. Oops. I really wish I was better at the rolling in this game. Should be a second form. I mean, to be fair, cool, the checkpoints are kind of hard to miss. Like, it was totally my fault. I was going for the shield upgrade, because, like, I'm low on shield, so... I'm like, you know, if I get shield, then I'm probably not gonna die. But since I missed the shield, there's a very good chance I'll die. Oh, what? I don't even know if I've seen that attack before. I think there's gonna be at least one weapon upgrade. Yeah, so had I actually hit the checkpoint, I wouldn't have had to do all this over again. Look at that, those things are shooting at me, but they're not even spawned in on screen. I wonder if that's a flashcard issue. Leo says, no, that's just Star Fox being Star Fox. Okay, okay, cool. Go for the middle! Alright, there's our checkpoint. Whoa! Wow, and I missed that bomb. Great. Well, twin blasters is better than one blaster. I completely missed. Let's try it again. Hey, got him. Can I do it again? Oh, nice, it worked. Hey, Leo, since you're the expert at this game, do you have any tips for the third route? Especially, like, towards the end of the game, the Venom levels. Oh my god! Oh, my ears. I gotta turn that down a little bit. 90s gaming guy, thank you very much for that. Amazing games from my childhood. He's gonna do that weird attack here soon, I bet. Yep, there it is. Oh, still taking hits. It's like the window of opportunity to actually hit him. It's so, like, small. I don't care for that design choice. It just makes the whole fight super tedious. Whoops, I was looking at chat. Don't chat and fly, folks. Texting and flying is a hazard. Safety hazard. Alright, there we go. Leo says the spaceship boss at the end of the first phase of Venom kicks his butt. I don't think they play tested as much as they should have. Yeah, I remember that fight, like, me just barely ever being able to actually connect with his weak points. And that was kind of like my roadblock always on the third route. I don't think I ever made it past it. And that was trying, like, in the last 10 years, you know. It was after I had started my YouTube channel. You know, I was hell-bent on trying to beat that mode, and I just couldn't do it. I keep missing the shield upgrades, too. And another one I just missed. Now I see why Fluttershy hasn't beaten this game. It's giving me trouble right now. There we go. Cheese him with bombs. Leo says, I mostly do as you do. I stick with the center route, which is the default difficulty, and then occasionally mix it up with the northern route, because the southern route's boss on Venom is so screwy. Yeah, that's... I'm glad it's just not just me then, because, like... I don't know, I tried and tried. Maybe I'll have to, like, watch a YouTube video, see if there are any... What the... Are you serious, dude? That did not look like I should have gotten hit by that. Ugh. The jank is starting to show. Alright, last boss. Gotta hit him in the old eyeballs. Seriously, what am I doing? It's the most embarrassing playthrough of Star Fox ever. Why are there so many projectiles? I don't remember there being so many projectiles there. And my shot's not, like, destroying them, so it's just completely blocking his eyeballs. Leo, I don't remember having this much trouble last time I streamed this on Twitch. What is wrong with me? I'm not even drunk right now. 90s Gaming Guy, yeah, I saw it. I said thank you. Were you not watching? But thanks again. Appreciate it. I almost blew my ears off, actually. That's right, I still gotta turn down my speakers. Alright, there we go. Well, I don't know what's up with YouTube right now, Adam, but yeah, the notifications always come through later now. And not like an hour later, it comes through like, you know, 3 to 5 minutes after. I wait to do the shoutouts until it actually triggers through the alert box. I think we did it! Andros does not like bombs. God, that guy is such a square. You know, I think this game was actually the first time I ever saw a polygonal in-game cutscene. Oh, I thought I got 100% on stage 2. Oh, sorry, I was conflating the... Yeah, no, I didn't. It was, my comrade's health, I think, was 100%, but mine was not. Yeah, you're right, cool. All the scripty stuff was very new at the time.
This is
They should have had an option to play Star Fox in like a teensy tiny window. I just want to see what the frame rate would be like. Give me the option. Cool and Unusual Games, as I'm getting such a nostalgic hit right now. I bet a lot of people are. Super Nintendo is definitely a very nostalgic console for a lot of us. There wasn't an idea of a 3D accelerator yet. Yeah, not on consoles for sure. I mean, 3D accelerator on PCs, I don't even think they existed yet in 1993. Everything was still typically done in software. But yeah, arcade games had done the polygonal thing well before. I mean, even going back to the early 80s. Not just the wireform stuff, but stuff like, I think it was like iRobot or something like that by Atari. And then stuff like Starblade by Namco, that was either late 80s or that might have even been like 1990 or 91. So I think Starblade was actually an influence on this game. Yeah, then hard driving, race driving. There was probably other, like, polygonal games in the arcades in, like, the late 80s that I just don't know about. Oh yeah, Stun Runner. That's a great one. Darren asks, have I played Solaris on the 2600? Yeah, I've played Solaris. Actually, you know what? I might even have a... Can I buy a boxed copy of that game? Let me double check. I did not. I think I had a chance to buy it and I passed on it. Hey, Diamond! What's going on, man? Haven't talked to you in a little bit. Thanks for the GG. 90s gaming guy? Yeah, some places still have malls. We still have a bunch of malls in my area. But I'm also a highly populated area. If you live in the middle of nowhere, you probably don't have any malls because they probably died a long time ago. But if you live in a populated area, areas outside like major metropolitan areas and whatnot, they still typically have malls. Yeah, I can think of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, let's just say in like a 45-minute like radius, we have 5 malls that I can go to, and they're all pretty big and pretty busy. Well, one of them's not very big, but they're all pretty busy. So All right. Let me, I'm going to actually switch over here, guys. I'm going to, look at this little guy. Oh man, that's super blurry. I have to zoom in. Looks terrible. I'm going to switch games, but then I have to actually use the restroom real quick. I did pound down a bunch of Diet Coke before starting this stream, so, but I'll load the next game up, and then, I'll be back in a minute. Get your patch emotes out. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Look at all that patch emote spam. I love it. Thanks for that, guys. Oh no, Fluttershy, trust me. Milo, he is a crazy little He's a crazy little dude. He's just... He usually chills out a lot between, like, I don't know, midnight and 3 a.m., and then he just starts going crazy again. So thankfully they're pretty docile right now. And actually, Patchouli, she was sleeping on the couch in the living room, so I'm surprised she actually came in. All right. We're gonna do a just some Grand Prix, and we're just gonna do one of the lower difficulties. I'm not going to. Yeah, we'll do the King League, but I'll put it on Standard, Expert. I think I can probably do Standard. Expert, that's a bad idea right now. Yeah, the highest difficulty, I really have to use, like, a different ship, because Captain Falcon has one of the lower top speeds, I believe. But he gains energy back faster. And he generally turns pretty well, too. But the heavier ships tend to go a lot faster. You get boosts in this. Down in the bottom right, there's that green S. I can press A to use it, but I like to save it for key parts. Like, one of the parts on this course is going through this gravel type stuff. Like right there. Otherwise, it normally slows you down. And then I avoid all those mines in the process. Every lap you get another boost, so I have another one again. Ow. Yeah, you've got a power bar in the top. And your power bar is your shield, so when it goes out completely, you do die and you lose a life. But it also dictates your highest top speed. So you always want to make sure it's topped out if you can. Every time you bump into something, it depletes just a tiny bit. Or a big bit. If you're smashing into the walls like a pinball. That's one of, like, the things this game's kind of notorious for, is, like, once you start getting into a pinball-like rhythm, bouncing off the walls, it's hard to stop, and you'll just blow up. And it feels really intense, too, because, like, the borders will light up every time you connect with them, and it's a pretty, like, bass-heavy sound. Like, yeah, it just happened right there. Ooh. Alright, it's our last lap, by the way. Alright, good start. I'm surprised. Hey, Zanctum, welcome back. Yeah, this level has wind mechanics. Oh, there we go. And I used my boost by accident. Oh, this game gets intense. instead of actually using brakes in this game, a lot of times what I do is I just rapidly tap the gas. I'm just constantly letting go, then reapplying the gas. That allows me to kind of get around corners fairly sharply and consistently. You don't want to slow down too much, otherwise the AI will definitely catch up with you. One of the other things about the first F-Zero in particular, and I think Maximum Velocity on Game Boy Advance, I think it does the same thing, where it constantly has these drones. They're not actually a part of the race, they're just kind of there to get in your way. Does Maximum Velocity have the drones? Man, it's been a few years since I played that. We did a full live stream of that game. And, that was a good time learning that one. I never thought I'd actually be able to do that, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, just gotta use all my boosts at this point. It's the last lap. Yeah, there was a Star Fox 2 90s gaming guy. It got canceled back in the day, but Nintendo released it on the SNES Mini. And then, I mean, for a long time, you were able to hack Super FX2 cartridges as well. Basically, you know, like sacrifice a Doom cartridge or something and, you know, put the Star Fox 2 ROM on it. And then you could also emulate it. And now Star Fox 2 runs on flash carts, the higher end flash carts. Cool says this game has this really intense thing going on with the textures, which works with the futuristic theme. I remember thinking it looks kind of like static / distortion. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that in this game. I've always loved the visual style in F-Zero. Yeah, a lot of people like to just call it like a glorified tech demo, but I mean, it plays excellent. It is very responsive, and I mean, just like, look at all those, like, the animation on the backgrounds, like, it's cool, you know? Alright, so now we've got jumps. You want to hold down when you're on a jump, you go higher and farther, and then you also want to hold down when you land, otherwise you'll smack down onto the ground and lose some speed. And you can also use your shoulder keys to, you know, veer left or right. You want to do that on those long glowing bars. They're like magnets, like pulling you in. The AI could be really mean on this track, actually. Sometimes you'll be going over that jump, and like someone will just come up, like fly up from behind, hit you, like bump you, and you end up flying right off course. If you fly off course in this, you just die instantly. I'm not gonna lie, it's also one of the most like impactful, I think, hard deaths in a video game. It's like a huge explosive sound, and it's just... the camera just like locks in on it until you hit something. You just see like this smoke constantly going up from where you crash landed. No blood, no guts, no nothing, but it's impactful. Probably should not have used my boost there. To these drones. They just get in the way and slow you down. You'll bump into them. There we go, getting close. Oh! At this point, I don't even care if I get first place. I've already won the first two. Oh my god, are you serious? Where are you guys coming from? No, 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 no pinball. No pinball now, Captain Falcon. No. Not the time for pinball. Okay. Jeez. Whew. Yeah, I totally agree, Cool. It's totally not a glorified tech demo. It handles great. It kickstarted a new genre, practically. Yeah. Yeah, it basically kickstarted the futuristic racing genre. Which, admittedly, they don't make a lot of games in that genre anymore, which is a bummer, but 90s was a great time for that stuff, you know, with this, and then Wipeout, and then we talked about it earlier, there was the Extreme G games, and couple of other knockoffs like Pod and Roll Cage, and there's probably some more that well, obviously F-Zero X. I mean, that's just one of the all-time greats for me personally. Hey John, welcome back. This is great, a SNES stream. Good morning. Oh man. That's right, even Saturn had some futuristic racing games. Cyber Speedway. That game itself's actually not too bad. The gameplay is not too bad. I actually have a full Let's Play of that game. It's a two-parter. I'd like to actually go back to that. Try to get through it again. I haven't gone through that game in like a good... probably almost 10 years now, jeez. It's one of the earlier games I streamed on Twitch. Might have been 2015 or 2016, jeez. Ugh. I've been doing this for way too long, guys. I do like that this map is much less dangerous. Honestly, most of the corridors are pretty wide open. You can take jump pads for like a quarter of the whole map. Boom. And then just hold down here and that's it. It's kind of hard to mess it up. Okay, pinball. Pinball's just not the same without flippers. Diamond says we're YouTube fossils now. We really are. I actually think about that a lot, honestly. Never really made it anywhere, you know, like... Still here doing our thing, though, you know? Oh my god, what the hell just happened there? I am actually dead. That really sucks. Yeah, I've been doing YouTube videos for almost 15 years now. Like... October, it'll be 15 years. Cool says the only older 3D futuristic racing game besides Stun Runner is Power Drome. I should probably look that up. Diamond says, yeah, still... definitely still have the spirit despite not breaking through like a Goliath, but that's fine. Damn, YouTube is almost 20 years old. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it's like 2005 or 2006. It's crazy. V-Chill says, I always thought Captain Falcon was a little bit slippery on turning. Yeah, he's not as heavy as some of the other characters, but it is responsive, though, because, like, I find I can, like, cut corners nice and sharp with Falcon. You know, like I said, you tap the gas a little bit, and then you use your shoulder keys. With the other characters, it's actually harder to do that, because they're so heavy. But yeah, I could see how someone would get the idea that it feels a little more slippery in comparison. I think I just earned an extra life. Because I thought I only had 2 lives after that last death. I'm not gonna say anything about my success, because the last time I did, I started bouncing around like a pinball. Uh-oh, no, here we go again. Okay. Stay away from me, drones. Ow, that was my fault. This is our last lap. I mean, as long as I'm ahead, I don't even really care to use my boosts. Not really a huge deal. But, yeah, alright, we're good. Awesome. Diamond says, I assume you're gonna get the Elden Ring DLC in a few months. It'll be fun to be punched in the ground once more. Yeah, absolutely, man. That'll be day 1 for me. I'm just trying to figure out what version I'm gonna try to get it for. I might just grab it on Xbox. But I feel like maybe I should do it on PC. But Elden Ring is such a good couch game, though, you know, like... I have bigger PC monitors now, which will be nice, but I also don't want to really sit in a computer chair while I play it, so... V-Chill says, I like the way to fire Stingray, but you gotta be damn near perfect in your runs to maintain top speed. Yeah. And his, recharge rate is so slow, so it's like, you have to basically not run into anything if you want to, like, yeah, keep that speed up. Good old Firefield. I love the music in this one. This game also just really shows off how, like, colorful the Super Nintendo was. Every course just has, like, bright, popping colors. It's great. AI just loves to bump into you, any chance it gets. Yeah, I see no reason not to take that boost pad. This really is making me want to try to play some Maximum Velocity again on Game Boy Advance. It's been a couple years since I've played that. I gotta get my Mister working again so I can do some GBA stuff. Because right now I don't really have access to Game Boy Advance games. Which sucks because that's like the 16-bit generation 2.0. There's a lot of like really good 16-bit style games on it. Yeah, this track has always been fairly tough for me. I remember an earlier YouTube stream, like, I totally raged hardcore on this level. I think we were doing expert mode or something, and I ended up, like, throwing my Super Nintendo across the room on stream. Not one of my proudest moments on YouTube. And that archive is still up, too. It is still there for viewing. Yeah, it was actually one of my... It was not my current Super Nintendo. It survived, and it was fine for the most part. I had a couple chips in it, but one of my friends here sent me another Super Nintendo. Back in December, he sent me a 1-chip. I'm gonna start using again once I get my RetroTink 5X. Alright, whatever. Third place. I think we still won total overall. Cool asks, did it take you a while to click with the control at maximum velocity? It seemed a lot stiffer to you than the SNES one. No, once I figured out my ship type, I just stuck with it. The controls are actually pretty intuitive. If I remember correctly, there's a lot more like just letting go of gas. Just rapidly tapping gas to do like sharper turns and stuff. And once I got down with that, like, it was smooth sailing. Do I have any plans to do an N64 stream? I don't really have many plans at all right now, man. So let's say the answer is no for the near future, but you know I'll eventually get to it. I try to stream all my consoles You know, some consoles, like, I've only done once every few years. Like, I only did one CDI stream, I believe. And I think I've only done, like, one 3DO variety stream, but I've done a bunch of, like, dedicated streams, like, specific games. It was the same thing with the Jaguar, which I actually don't own anymore. But, yeah, no, I mean, N64, absolutely. You know, I'll definitely do a stream of that again. Not sure when. So, streaming and videos is not a high priority right now. I'm trying to get back into the groove. I've had a lot of, like, major life changes recently that, really sucked the motivation out of me. I mean, they weren't the sole reasons, but, they definitely did not help at all. And so I'm just trying to kind of get my life back on track and back to some form of normalcy. And so right now on YouTube, I'm just kind of like winging the whole streaming and video thing. I've got some notes jotted down, but I never look at them, and so I tend to forget, like, some of the things I was planning, quote-unquote, on doing. And there still are some things I definitely want to do, because I've been saying I was going to do them for a while. Like, I want to do Zelda on NES. I want to do the Genesis Mini 2, which I was actually thinking about doing tonight, but the Super Nintendo Super NT was already out from the Super Metroid stream, and I was like, you know, let's just do Super Nintendo. We did an NES variety stream last week. Let's do Super Nintendo this week. You know, it's a good follow-up from last week's variety stream, so... That wasn't planned, so it's... But you guys are having fun. We've had a really great turnout, and we've played some good games, and, that's all that matters, right? So... You guys gotta remember, I barely make any money from this. I'm spending a lot of time playing these games late at night, and, I've got to treat it, like, accordingly. I've been doing this for so long now that, like, trying to plan crap out just... It's too much work, it's too much stress, like, you know. So if you ever are like, hey, are you gonna do this or that? The answer's probably gonna be an automatic no, I guess is what I'm saying. Just assume it to be no, and if I randomly pop in one day with, coincidentally, whatever you were hoping I was gonna stream, then congrats, you hit the jackpot. You hit the Austin jackpot. Diamond says, yep, same as you, man. Yep. Oh, man. But yeah, I'm gonna keep streaming tonight. Let's go ahead and put the changing games message up. I feel like I need to play a shmup. We haven't done a shmup yet. We've done most genres on the Super Nintendo tonight, but no shmups yet. So now my question is, what shmup do I want to play? I am going to go back. I'm going to load my flash cart again. And I'm not sure where it is. Alright, so this is going to be an interesting twist. This is a Gradius III, but we are doing the SA1 hack version, which uses the same chip. I think that was in, I think it was Mario RPG. Significantly more powerful than most expansion chips on the platform, and it basically gets rid of, I think, all of the slowdown. And so it's like a very different game. So if you guys have never seen the SA1 hack of this, you're in for a treat. Fluttershy says, the streams seem to work out best when you wing it anyway. Yes, sometimes, Fluttershy, it just depends. I think today worked out because this is like the start of my 3-day weekend, and I did exercise today, which helps with my like mental state. But when I did both like the Hades and the Super Metroid stream last week, I was really tired. And it was like the middle of the day. Alright. I assume the game audio and all that stuff is still fine. It's not glitching out or anything. Oh man, look at that glorious Gradius III with no slowdown. But yeah, now you have to like really react to those bullets. If you're not a semi-skilled shmup player, you'll probably struggle with this. Especially if you're a masochist and you play it on hard or arcade mode. Arcade mode is like, you have to unlock it with a cheat code. Alright, I always leave auto shot on Gradius III. Super Nintendo, it just feels natural. You got a pull-up bar fitted onto your door frame. Daily workout on it works wonders. Oh, very nice. I'll have to look into that. Is that some blazing star? Nope. Alright, let's do edit mode. We will do the cheap strategy still, though. Which is the E laser. And do the regular option. We will do reduce, which also acts as a shield but makes you smaller. And then I will do full barrier as my last option. Yeah, Fluttershy, I've started working out again over the last couple weeks. Slowly trying to get into a routine where I do it at least like 3 times a week. Speed up might be a little too sped up. Yeah, E-Laser is like ridiculously powerful. What a gorgeous looking game too. I love it. These early Super Nintendo games have a really nice look to them. Whew. There's always a ton of slowdown on that first Sand Dragon. Now there was none. Oh, 90s gaming guy! I'll check that out in a minute, sir. Can't take my eyes off the shmup, otherwise I'll die. Yeah, so if you've never played a Gradius game before, you get these things called options. The default set in this game basically just trails behind you. It just mimics whatever position you were last in. And, extremely good power-ups. Wow, that is so much faster. Oh my god, I see lots of yellow out of the corner of my eyes. What are you guys doing to me here? You trying to distract me intentionally? Holy shit. Oh my god. 90s Gaming Guy did a 15. This is hope this helps. Thanks so much, man. And then cool does a 10er, as the Brits would say. Actually, I think that 10er technically stands for something different over there, but whatever. There it is. Thank you so much, guys. Holy crap. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've got my chat windows duplicated on both screens, and that yellow just like... I saw that yellow pop up, and I was like about to crash into something. Diamond says he has speed down on his final option just to get his ship stable near the end. Yeah, that's actually a really good idea. I actually should have thought of that, actually. So they played the arcade one in Japan a few times, could get completely destroyed fast in it. Yeah. Arcade Gradius III is like one of the hardest games I've ever played. I'd say it's easily the hardest shmup I've ever played. Well, I don't know. Arcade Fire Shark comes close. Man, now I don't know which one's harder. Arcade Fire Shark. Well, I'm gonna go with Gradius III Arcade because Arcade Fire Shark you can at least credit feed and learn from. You can like just make slow progress just by hitting the next checkpoint, but in Gradius III you get 0 continues. Gradius III Arcade, I mean. Yeah, the E-Laser here is super powerful. Most powerful gun in the game. Alright, as much as I want my next option, I also want a shield. Holy crap, man, this is so much harder. I mean, I know I can handle this, but, like, I'm not used to it, and that's really putting me on edge. Like, these bubbles... This whole level is like a slideshow on the original version. And it makes it so much easier to play through. But now these bubbles are just bouncing around really fast. You got the option stealer coming in from behind. He stole one. It's actually not too bad given how everything's running here. Alright, cool thing about the SNES one. Secret levels. Now, actually, having something like double is actually better for this. And this is totally a memorization section, too. Or memorization level, I should say. If you don't know where all those pink blocks are going to appear from, you are going to die. Very fast. Like right here. Woo! Cool, yeah, I agree with you. Fire Shark Mega Drive on hard should be, like, considered the default game. Arcade Fire Shark is just... You know, they pulled a Gradius III with that one. Or did Konami pull a Fire Shark with Gradius III? Which one came first? I'm actually gonna wager Fire Shark probably came first. You know, they both might be pretty close in release dates in arcade. See, actually switching over to doubles probably a good idea here. I might actually try to do that. I don't usually use double in the stock SNES one, but it feels like a good idea right now. 'Cause everything moves so much faster. I need a much wider spread to feel safe. Yeah, you know, of all the shmups on the system, I think this is the one that needed the SA1 patched the most. Oh, I can't access that one, huh? Huh, interesting. See, now I'm wondering what the requirements are for the bonus levels, because I thought they were all ready to be accessed as long as, like, you didn't die going into that section. Trying to save my option selection to the shield position in case, like, I take a hit. Okay, sweet. Ooh, tiny bit of slowdown. Look at that. It's not perfect, guys. What? How did that kill me so fast? Didn't even act like a shield. Oh my god. Okay, so Diamond says, yeah, the stage to get the bonus, you need to kill every single grounded enemy before the bonus spot. Oh, normally I do that because the game's so slow. But because it was so fast now, I was intentionally avoiding those ground-based turrets. In the Moai stage, you need to have nothing highlighted in the power-up menu before touching the spot. Okay. I didn't even know there was one in the Moai stage. I don't think I knew there was one. Okay, this is not going to end well. This is officially just turned into Gradius III Arcade. What the hell? Yeah, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. Wow. I wonder if you can time out bosses in this one. Jeez, that's a lot faster now that I have no firepower. Thought those lasers were gonna shoot later. Alright, this is a bad situation, because it gave me a blue power-up, which is is a bomb. It's not even a power-up power-up. Oh, that was so close. I want to save my speed up power up for if I die, because that carries over. One power up carries over, or one power up canister carries over if you die. That is stressful. That is too stressful. Man. Dodge the stars. It's good dodging practice, actually. Oh, getting close to the boss fight. I'm gonna stick with double right now. Nice. At least they do hand out extra lives pretty well in this game. Actually, I feel like I'm gonna go back to double. Double is a much better safety net in this version. It's kind of crazy. I would never... Well, I would typically not use it in the original game. But look at this, it's just so crazy right now. Oh, okay. That's scary. You want to be away when I kill this guy. There we go. That's kind of why. Diamond says this stage also has the bonus too, the bonus level. As long as your score ends in 100, 300, 500, or 700 in the bonus spot. Oh, jeez. So it's got to be like an odd number. Yeah, Diamond, I had no idea that there were special requirements for the bonus levels. I always thought that you just had to position yourself into a specific spot. And it always seemed to work pretty consistently for me. And now I realize that's not the case. That's pretty cool. This is a cool level. And I bet this boss is going to be a real pain without any slowdown. I mean, there has been a little bit of slowdown, usually at boss fights. But for the most part, it's been pretty consistent during the levels themselves. I really don't like being this fast in this game, but we are going to have a speeder section level coming up in a couple stages, and it's like, you really do have to be fast if you want to get through it. And one thing I've always hated about this boss is like he can actually shoot through himself. And he like, when he goes down like that, you can't see the bullets. Whew. It's always been challenging. Even in the slowdown version of the game, he's still one of the tougher bosses in the game. Feed me, Seymour! Thanks, Diamond. I appreciate that. Like, I'm scared to use the energy laser now. Alright, good deal. That's so fast! Oh, man! Oh my god. And I really don't want to touch these lasers, because last time I did, I died instantly. Jeez! Oh, man. Whew. Double is my friend right now. Yeah, it's like my strategies are totally different now. Woo! Oh, that was close. John, this is using the SA1 processor. It's an SA1 hack. Jeez, what a pain. Okay. So used to the Gradius V throwback boss on that guy. Ah, great, it's this dude. Ah, this is gonna be interesting. Wow, we still got slowdown. I will gladly take it. Oh my god! And I'll take it to the nose too, apparently. Jeez. John, the reason I was clarifying is because there are speed-up hacks that don't use any special chips. Now, this is not your standard speed-up hack. Technically, it is a speed-up hack, but the game was patched to use, you know, a special coprocessor that was featured in certain SNES games. But yeah, there are speed-up patches for other games that don't use special chips. Like, there's a Super Ghouls and Ghosts patch that doesn't use any... Like, you can run it on stock SNES hardware without a flash cart. That's what I meant. Oh, good lord. This is way too fast. Like, the arcade Gradius games aren't even this fast, though. That's the thing. So in a way, like, this has... some things about it that aren't quite even, like, arcade accurate. Makes it extra hard, I guess I should say. This might be our brick wall, guys. I knew he was gonna do that. I wasn't preparing for it in the right direction. Hmm. Ugh. Oops. Yeah, Fluttershy. I mean, that's Gradius in a nutshell. So many Gradius games do this. You basically get kicked to the curb, and then the game's like, don't come back. I just want to see if I can outspeed this thing. I noticed it's not always shooting lasers on the bottom. No, that was close. Yeah, I think I figured it out. I don't think it always shoots lasers on the bottom or top, depending on the position it's in. Give me an extra life right now, please. Getting close to the end. Some great music. That's one thing about the Gradius series. It's always had great soundtracks. I was way too fast from that previous boss. Oh, man. I will continue. We have a couple credits. We're on, I think this is the final level, so... Missile. Tailgun actually is pretty handy here, but... yeah, I don't know. Diamond does speed down. Right on, Nicholas. No worries. Thanks for popping in, saying hello at least. Appreciate that. Oh, why did I do that? Jeez. My shmup skills, they're degrading. Man, this is a hell of a lot harder. Oh my god. I only have like 2 or 3 lives every continues. That's not good. It's not looking good, guys. You started watching when I did the Metroid Dread playthrough. You've been watching a lot of legacy content since. Oh, awesome. Your favorite console is the Super Nintendo. Hell yeah. So you're relatively new to the channel. That's cool. That's cool to hear, man. I'm glad that you've been checking out some of the older content. Let's do... no. Ah, crap. Let's go back to edit. Small spread. Yeah, the missile types aren't identical. Try Twin Hawk. Hey, Master Dev, welcome to the stream. Oh my god. You never sit towards the top or bottom of the screen at far in the back, because that sort of thing happens all the time. Oh man. Of course, they didn't give me an actual power-up. That's just Gradius for you. I think she run into a bullet there. Master Dev says, just found me. This game is so intense. It is pretty intense, yeah. We're using a hacked version that removes most of the slowdown, and so it makes it a lot harder than it normally is. Alright, we'll just do this. Are you kidding me? If that was Gradius III Arcade, I would not have gotten killed by that bullet, because the collision detection is so much more precise in that game. I'm actually used to doing a lot of, like, intricate weaving in, all the Gradius Arcade games, because, like, the hitbox is not quite as thick. And that's it. Man, well, we tried. We tried. Yeah, the slowdown helped a lot. Getting rid of it makes it insanely difficult. Yeah. I mean, it's a great way for experienced players to play it, though, you know, because Gradius III Super Nintendo on the default difficulty is pretty easy by shmup standards. Well, every time I say that, someone chimes in and is like, oh, it's not easy at all. Like, it's all relative. It depends on your experience level, but for, like, average players, Gradius III Super Nintendo is considered pretty easy because of all the slowdown. Even recovering there is a lot easier when everything runs at a slideshow frame rate. You have much more time to think about things, like how you're going to react. Oh, man. But still, that's pretty cool. Yeah, and I'm getting really tired. But look who's still on the floor. Aw, she knows she's on camera. She knows it. All right. Let's see. Let me think about things real quick. I have a bunch of choices. What you doing, girl? What's going on, Julie? How are you? Hey, little girl. Oh, man. You know what, guys? I think I'm gonna do just one more game. I'd like to keep this going for a while, but it's 2 a.m. my time. So I am going to do something stupidly predictable. which is about all I'm good for these days. Oh, actually, you know what? I was gonna say, we didn't do a fighting game, but man, I'm getting really hungry. We're gonna be predictable. Yeah, I had thought about doing a fighting game, but if this is going to be my last game, I just want it to be something I really want to play. But if I wasn't starving and tired, I would do like Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat and then something else. Because one thing I've been trying to do tonight is like balance things out with different genres. So we will do just like the standard difficulty here. YouTube. Sir YouTube, as Freddy likes to call it. But yeah, this is my favorite Super Nintendo game. This is the one I play way too many times every year. Yeah, good old Castlevania IV. This is one of the first Super Nintendo games I ever played. This and Super Mario World. Yeah, super impressive to me at the time when it first came out. And it's still a great looking game. Lots of detail. A lot of variety in the visuals. And some sweet visual effects too. And they added in multiple direction whipping, which makes the game feel unlike any other Castlevania. Like full 8-way. And also sub-weapon usage was mapped to your shoulder keys. Or just R. I think this was also the first Castlevania where you could latch on the staircases. And you can also walk up them backwards, too. I think it was also the first Castlevania you could duck and crawl. Yeah, I agree, Garsh. I miss the 90s when console generations where you could tell the technology significantly improved. It felt like a major leap forward. Man, we don't get that as much these days. Oh, some missing enemies. I'm so used to playing this on the hard difficulty. so often to where, like, I don't remember the original enemy layout completely. I was expecting some of those window enemies there. Whoops. Alright, jump at me. I love that. Yeah, Fluttershy, there's that, hook mechanic where you whip and, it's like a glitch. You can, like, fling yourself up. I've never successfully been able to really do that, so... Yeah, you see speedrunners use it in their runs. It's pretty crazy. So I just brute force my way through everything. I mean, with some technique and strategy. Yeah, and Cool and Unusual Games mentioned how, like, he loves how colorful this game is, yet it still feels dark and brooding at the same time. That's one thing I've always loved about this game as well. The soundtrack also helps with that, and the fact they went for a more, like, realistic visual style. Which is what the NES games always felt like to me. They were more in the realistic style of visuals. You know, less cartoonish, less... Like, the series went in a more, like, anime-style direction later on down the road, starting with Rondo of Blood, Dracula X. Then I guess there was kind of... Oops. No, there's kind of a mesh of that in Symphony of the Night, where... You had some visuals that looked a little more realistic, but then others were clearly a little more cartoony. The Castlevania IV was, like, all... Like, what would these enemies look like if, like... You know, they were real? Alright, Medusa! Oops! Yeah, you know, cool, you know, what's interesting about the ray tracing stuff is, like, when it's pointed out to me, I mean, admittedly, it does look pretty cool. But when I'm playing a game, I'm not, like, staring at it or looking for it, so I don't ever notice it. I need literally, like, a Digital Foundry video to tell me what ray tracing looks like all the time, to reinforce it. Like, I still think, like, some 360 era lighting still looks pretty good, or I should say it looks convincing, like, as I'm playing a game and focusing on gameplay. Like, it looks convincing enough to where I don't feel like I need, like, an improvement in that area. I'm not complaining about ray tracing, it's just that it's one of those things that it wasn't like the visual shift from like 8 to 16-bit or even 16-bit to 32-bit where we just jump straight to polygons. Like, ray tracing doesn't feel like that kind of jump to me. Like, I have to actually like be intentionally looking for it a lot of times. And now also, I don't have a, you know, a PC graphics card that's capable of ray tracing, so I'm basically limited to what the Series X and PS5 can handle. But even in some of those games where I've got ray tracing enabled, I'm just like, everything was great, but I'm not like oohing and ahhing and like gawking at it like I would have like when Quake 3 Arena came out. Like in that game, the tech felt like a massive like improvement over what came prior. And I would just sit there in multiplayer maps by myself, just like looking at all the multi-textures. Yeah, I totally agree. Cool. 3D has been kind of perfected for a long time. And yeah, they're constantly making improvements, but they're not like the huge, massive improvements that I'm gonna look at something and be like, holy crap, I've never seen anything like that before. But even with ray tracing, it's like, a lot of the old forms of lighting still get the job done, and, you know, that's kind of really all that matters. But, don't get me wrong, I will eventually upgrade my graphics card. It's not high on my priority list. But I would like to get like a beefy card that's capable of ray tracing. Just not looking to spend like $1,000 anytime soon, so... Also, my CPU is a bit of a bottleneck by this point, so... Probably won't upgrade my GPU until I, go the full system rebuild route. Because I can't really upgrade this system anymore. The, platform's basically reached end of life. So swapping in a new CPU, it's not really worth the upgrade. I need to upgrade my... completely buy a brand new motherboard, new RAM, all that stuff, so... But man, who needs ray tracing when you've got nice blue water, transparent effects, and purple skies? Man, that color contrast is just awesome. I love it. Yeah, cool. Quake 3 had the curved surfaces, and that was really impressive. One of the first games I had ever seen that, basically had 3D world geometry detail, like, to that level. I think Castlevania IV probably qualifies as the jazziest soundtrack on Super Nintendo. Like, that bass line is really the going. It's awesome. And that flute, man. Oh no! Simon's too focused on the music. No, John, that's, nah, I'm good. I'm not upgrading that. I already have a, RX 5700 XT. That's what I'm using. And so a 3060 is actually not gonna be like a massive upgrade over what I currently have. It'll offer ray tracing, but it's not worth the upgrade for me. And I can live without ray tracing. I just want to eventually upgrade to a more current graphics card, so I can not even so much do ray tracing as much as be able to do 4K, like, reliably. Now, granted, my monitors don't support 4K, but they do 1600p, which is a big step up from the 1080p that I was stuck with up until recently. Jazziest game soundtrack, period. Banu, what platform are you on? Are you, Intel or AMD? I'm on, AMD. And what's been great, this system has lasted me, 7 years. Yeah, I'm still using parts from 7 years ago. And because of how they handle upgrades, like future upgrades, you know, I've been able to get a lot out of this platform. Oh, you're on a 2700X, hell yeah. Yeah, I started on this system with the 1700X when Ryzen launched. And then a couple years ago, I upgraded to a 3950X. 16 cores, 32 threads. But it's not the best for gaming. Like, it's, still gets the job done for, especially games that are a few years old. But, you know, even if I get, like, a beastly graphics card for good money, it's still gonna be a bottleneck. Alright, making some good progress here. Crestline, yeah, there are some subtle differences. They're both pretty close. I mean, if you go Intel or AMD, it doesn't really matter at this point. I think AMD might have the slight edge now, but it's not like a big enough one to where you're gonna really worry that much. Now, the big thing for me to consider is upgradability in the future. Like, I've already upgraded to a new CPU, but on the same motherboard. I didn't have to buy a new motherboard, so... So that's always been a factor. I've been on AMD for a really long time because of that reason. You know, my last AMD build lasted me like 10 years. Because I would upgrade the CPU, then, you know, without having to get a new motherboard, and without having to build a whole new system, so... Ooh, yeah, no, that's good, Banu. I've done that too. Taken old parts, put them into a spare PC, or spare case, made a spare build. Like that computer I used for 10 years, yeah, I slapped that into a different case. It's still running Windows 7, and I use it as like a Windows XP slash Windows 7 era games PC now. And actually, it can run emulators quite well. Oh, and hey Mo, welcome to the stream. Saw you were playing Metroid 2, that's very cool. I need to fire that up sometime soon and try to finish it so we can stream it here. We gotta get our Metroid on here. We just did Super Metroid the other night, and went all the way through that. That was fun. Oh, you got a never used 1080? Hell yeah. Yeah, that'd be great for like an emulation rig. Oops. Axe is not my favorite in this game. It's my favorite in a bunch of other Castlevania games, but not this one. Frost says, I'd like to buy a Switch just to play some games before bed. Yeah, it's a good reason to have one. You can do that with other systems, though. I bought an original Game Boy with a backlit screen recently. So now I play Tetris before bed. Yeah, Fluttershy, I think that last boss was supposed to be a golem of some kind. He's always one of my favorite bosses in the game, just because he looked so cool. And, you know, really good use of that. I'm guessing it's mode 7? I don't know for sure. Actually, it might be a different mode. Super Nintendo's video processor has so many different modes with different capabilities, but the way that when you hit him, he does that pixelated effect. There's a specific name for it. I think it's like mosaic, and he gets smaller throughout the fight. Like, I think that's really cool. Like, to me, that's like really cool, tasteful use of Super Nintendo's like video hardware modes. But they don't overuse it. It's like this is a perfectly flat background. Well, don't get me wrong, I actually probably would like a little bit of background scrolling there. Like, if they had that behind the statue scroll a little bit, just a tiny bit, probably have like it would really add to the depth on this screen, or this hallway. Oh, no, there's more scrolling back there. Okay, never mind. They saved it for those other layers. Ah, crap, I didn't want holy water. That's okay. We'll experiment. Woo. Alright, so we're a little over halfway through the game now. Once you're in Dracula's castle, some of the levels get a little on the long side, but they're still really cool levels. I like all the levels in this game. Oops, what am I doing? Man, I am tired and hungry. If I can't play Castlevania IV, you know there's a problem. Get with the program, Austin. The pizza can wait. The pizza can wait. Alright, secret? Can anyone get this man a sandwich? I don't think there's an item number 2 here anywhere. It's okay, I have so much time. It doesn't really matter that much. Whoa, that was close. This is kind of like what I was talking about earlier, comparing this to Castlevania Bloodlines. Like, in Castlevania IV, there's always, like, so much more going on. The string of enemies you fight, it just feels like there's very little downtime. And so even though the game is on the easy side of things when it comes to Castlevania, it's just more interesting for me to play, personally. It's got good flow to it, I guess. Oh, I messed that up. I love that you can swing the whip behind you, just let it flutter. And any enemy that runs into it will take damage. I also like to make blowing sounds like like there's a breeze in here. More like a big gust. It's the only Castlevania game where you can do this and it still looks convincing. You know, you can fling it around a little bit and and you can do it in Symphony of the Night when you play as Richter. You can also do it in a couple of the handheld Vanias, the Metroidvanias, like Harmony of Dissonance. But the effect isn't as, like, intricate. So it's just not even really fun to do, but it's fun to do it in this. You know, it's just... You've never used the whip like that. What have you been doing? You've not been having fun. It's just goofy, you know? Like, watch this. He just runs right into it. Oh, it's great. It's completely unnecessary, and that's what's awesome about it. Oh, no, not working. Yeah, we're getting close to the boss fight, too. This boss was always a pain in the ass for me when I was growing up, but pretty easy fight now, as long as you're powered up. A lot of the bosses in this game are kind of a pushover. You've got, like, triple boomerang. Boomerang is by far the most overpowered weapon in this game. Yeah, like, look at that. Yeah, you're right, Fluttershy. Yeah, you can hold the whip out, and, like, kind of like little baby projectiles will, you know, get eaten up by it, which is pretty cool. I mean, you can also just, actually, I think there's a trick on death that you can do. I'll try to show it off. But, like, there's some things, like, you can do this and just hold it straight up, and, like, a skeleton can try to drop a bone on you, and I think it'll actually override the bone. When we see skeletons again, I'll have to try that. Again, it's one of those things where it's kind of unnecessary, but it's just cool that you can do it. Especially in a game so early in this generation. I'm gonna take a hit here. Yeah. Yeah, we're probably not gonna see any skeletons for a while. Yeah, probably not until the gold level. That's a couple levels in from here. The treasury, whatever you want to call it. Alright, I like to just skip this. Just drop down. You can hold down and B when you're on the stairs. And you'll drop down from them. That was also a new thing in Castlevania. I think this was the first one where you could do that. First Castlevania where you could latch on the stairs and then drop off them at the same time. Very cool stuff. Rondo of Blood introduced being able to jump off staircases, like actually jump from them. That was a nice quality of life improvement. Oops. Had a cat running in here and distracting me. Bad Milo. Yeah, you're right, Crestline. Richter had the backflip. Yep. But he didn't have the crawl. They should have left that in. Having a backflip and a crawl. That'd have been cool. The crawl, admittedly, is pretty underutilized in this game. But hey, I mean, you can hit enemies down below because you can... Well, not really crawl, but you can duck and do it. There's a couple points late in the game where you do have to actually crawl to survive, so, you know, they do force the mechanic on you eventually. Whoa. Some kind of hellhound. This guy you can actually kill. Whoa! A lot of times he just like goes off screen and doesn't come back. But I think there is some like some candle meat down here. Yeah, that was something else they added to Castlevania with this game is meat that drops from candles. Drumsticks. They give you less health back than the wall meat, but it's nice having a an alternative. Checkpoints are few and far between in this game, so yeah, it's good having that health. Oh, there. Alright, boss time. Hey Milo, watch out, bud. Good boy. Alright. Making progress. Stage 8. Yeah, you can jump on these things too. You gotta be really careful with that. If you don't time it just right, you will die. Actually, I don't remember if it's an instant kill in those ones. I think it is. It's all good, Fluttershy. You can live vicariously through me. Oh my god, what am I doing? Sometimes if you listen a certain way, it almost sounds like he's saying, no! 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 I almost died to a plant. A demon plant. I'm getting very careless right now. Spooky skeleton. He's just like, help me out, help me out, help me out. Nope, sorry. No can do. I usually kill things so fast in this game, I'm not used to actually looking at them. Alright, we should be good. Verducci Man says this game looks super clean for SNES. Yeah, you can get super clean video output on your SNES. Oh my god, I jinxed myself. I shouldn't have died. Mo, yes, you can control your jumps midair in this game. Yeah, it's really great. It's one of the few Castlevania games where you can control your jumps this tightly. So yeah, what I do is I jump and then you can like move forward as you fall. You have a lot of control over it. But yeah, for anybody wondering, we are using a FPGA recreation of the Super Nintendo, which is the Analogue Super NT. So it outputs via HDMI at 1080p. So that's one reason for the super sharp look. But, you know, with the, either a properly modded console or a later version of the Super Nintendo with RGB output, you can get this kind of look with an upscaler as well. Oh, that's why you have one of those. Oh, so you have a Super NT. Awesome. My settings, I think, are pretty much as default. 1080p, I think it's... What is it? Default at like 4.5x scale or something. But yeah, no, I don't think I did anything with my Super NT video-wise. Okay, why is that not working? You're supposed to be able to just do this. Freeze frame! Alright, this is a pretty awesome level. Great visual effects. And just fun level design. You get this money that you walk over it like it's just one big hill. It's another thing Castlevania IV did. You've had, you know, not perfectly flat surfaces. Oops. Alright, so... Oh yeah, skeleton time. We're supposed to try the whip thing. Hit me with your best shot. No, you're not supposed to come down here. Bad skeleton. There we go. Hey, you just gotta be facing the right way. I wish this did something. Like if he sat here, like a secret appeared or something. But no, just for decoration. Oh, I'm gonna actually do this. Unfortunately, I don't have the Roman numerals. Oh, we're good. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I forgot how to do, like, the weird hook glitch. I thought I had a general idea on how to do it. I know I was experimenting with it for a little while at one point in time. But it'd be fun to actually be able to get that down. Nice. Yeah, that's probably one of the harder sections on this level. The rest should be pretty smooth sailing. It's some weird thing where, like, you constantly, like, whip it. Maybe I have to be really close to it. No, Fluttershy, I'm not talking about your trick, dude. I'm talking about there's a glitch you do with the hooks. In general, any hook. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm not trying to do your skip. And I just can't seem to get it working. I mean, I'm experimenting because we've got hooks and we've got so much time. Yeah, it's a crazy glitch where, like, you end up flying up, like, vertically. And, oh well, I give up. Yeah, these chests, you can also jump on them a gazillion times, and you'll make some goodies appear. Nintendo Power actually featured that in one of their issues. Alright, there is a secret right here. And we're gonna go ahead and exit. Oh, it's the wrong way. I don't know. I'm just screwing around. Alright, last vertical stretch on this level. I knew better than that. I knew standing up there was going to be a really bad idea. Also, this hallway is basically just like all money. Kind of fun. Oops, man, I'm so sloppy right now. As my eyes are burning. My body's like, please let this be over, please let this be over. I worked today, so, like, I wasn't doing nothing today. Tired, hungry, and I worked all day. And I exercised. It's like quadruple whammy. I'm glad I didn't decide to do a whip-only run, because, most likely would not have survived that. Alright, move, duck, nope. I didn't manipulate that right. He'll just, like, dive bomb to wherever you are. She just, like, smacked him on the side of the face. Oh, man, that was great. They both left the rooms. I had to capture that. They were both there doing that. Normally she just runs from him, but sometimes she stands her ground and she'll just give him a good bop on the head. Man, I'll have to record the floor more often on stream. Some interesting things can happen. Yeah, no, absolutely. She's got to put him in line occasionally. I wish she would do it more often because he's a little butthead sometimes. Like he gets randomly, he'll just start like prodding at her, making weird meowing noises, and then he'll just like dive bomb her and chase after her, unprovoked. She just. So I wish she would kick his ass more often. Yeah, he's going after her now. He came back into the room and then walked back out. Alright. Yeah, these are classic tunes, absolutely. Well, that's it too, Crestline. Milo is more needy than Patchouli. Give me attention, give me attention, give me attention. Whoa. Wasn't planning on doing that. No crap! I was... Ugh. I told you, those checkpoints, few and far between. I got distracted because my cat's just like bolted back into the room. What are you doing, Patchouli? Ugh. You're super distracted by my kitties. Oh no, that was garbage RNG. That sucks. He doesn't normally walk that close to the platform. Yeah, that's why, like, the first time I jumped off the hook at its highest part, so I could just latch onto the staircase and just skip the skeleton completely. See, like that. Alright, cats, I'm not looking at you this time. I need to survive. I always want to be careful on this part, because as you're whipping this bone dragon, you'll occasionally, you know, hit one of the rings. And you can easily, like, latch on for a split second, and then let go, and then fall down into the pit. I've had that happen quite a few times. Alright, boss time. Mario, I don't know. I'm not the guy that makes the SA1 patches, so I have no idea. You might want to ask the source. Yeah, that was bad positioning. I should have came down here. This is much safer. And again. Could probably actually hold the whip up. Let's see. Ah, it's all the way over there. Come on. I'm trying to experiment, Mummy. Help a barbarian out. Jeez. Oh, that's a nice pose. Alright, it's our last main level, guys. Do some sorta skips here. There we go. Got it. Always feels good. Jazzy music. Yeah, another thing they added in this game is on certain parts you can just hold the character over and he'll just automatically latch on the staircases. Now some of them, like going up here, oh, okay, that actually works. Some of them, like, you will fall off going up. But in a case like this, it just automatically latches you on, whereas in the previous Castlevania games, you had to press up or down at the right moment, or otherwise you would fall off and die. There's so many quality of life improvements in Castlevania IV that, honestly, I don't think get a lot of appreciation these days. But it was a pretty big improvement over classic Vania. But yeah, this part you have to go relatively quickly, otherwise the wheel at the bottom catches up and it will kill you instantly. Whoops. Oh, God. Okay, we're good. It basically stops here, so we passed it. But yeah, if you die anywhere in this entire vertical shaft, you go all the way back to the ground level. And then if you game over, you go back to where the basically the start of the level, where these pirate skeletons appear. Actually, it's kind of cool they brought those guys back, because they were originally from Castlevania III. But they look pretty cool here. Alright, now this part is kind of annoying. Because you will automatically latch onto that staircase if you don't time it right. Jump up. Okay, we're good. Awesome. Yeah, actually, that's a good observation, Crestline. They introduce Castlevania 3 enemies, and they play Castlevania 3 music. I never really thought about that. Never made that connection. Hey, this is Slogra. They brought him back in Symphony of the Night, and later Castlevanias, but he's by far the hardest in this game. But I like to duck, because sometimes when he lands, he puts his spear right into you. And if you're ducking, you will duck the spear. I'm probably gonna die here. Yep. What I understand, I think him like dive bombing you is completely random. Apparently, I got lucky randomization, lucky RNG. I'll take it. I won't lie, every time I see those guys in this game, it makes me want to play Symphony of the Night. Alright, so this part right here... I'm pretty sure I could just do something stupid like this. Yes, check that out. Safe strat. The tedious strat, though. Wow, so he really likes to just go back into that position. Interesting. Look at that, strategy for the new players. It takes a long time, but it works. Look at that. I think this was by design, but none of us ever figured this out back in the day. None of my friends and I. Probably explains why you get so much time. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so you can just sit there, hold the whip up as long as you're facing right. And then, yeah, Fluttershy, I mean, there's a lot of strategies like what you're talking about, but they're a lot much more risky. And like, my whole purpose there was to figure out like a nice safe strategy that is repeatable. So, yeah, it's kind of cool. I'm glad that works. There are a lot of probably new players to Castlevania IV that don't play a lot of Castlevania, and they might struggle with that fight, just like a lot of us did as kids. So, it's cool that there is a nice safe strategy to it. Alright, Dracula time! Oops. I messed that up. Give me that. Oh, I missed the meat. I like to bait those fire faces over to where they're kind of like closer to the ground, and I can hit both of them with a single whip. So kind of like that, get them close together, and then boom. Ah, too close. And I messed it up again. There we go. Do the orb. It's probably gonna do it again. Yep. That's fine. He always does that right before he goes into his last phase. They made Final Dracula in this, like, really easy. Like, you know, if you do it just right, you can just get all your health back. It's probably one of my only complaints with this game. I wish they just made this a, like, gave him his entire health bar back. You know, make this last a little bit longer. But still, it doesn't really matter. Banu says, what some call low skill, I call high consistency. That's right. I mean, honestly, that's really what it's all about. Simon's just gonna drag his whip on the way out. He's sad. He's sad the adventure's over. Yeah, that's one of the fun things about Castlevania IV, though, is, like, there are a bunch of different strategies. I typically play a very specific way these days, but it is fun, like, intentionally trying to experiment and figure out new ways to tackle, you know, bosses and different situations and whatnot. Alright guys, that was a fun stream. Really great turnout tonight. Busy chat the whole time. That was pretty cool. So thank you guys for keeping me company. Hope you enjoyed some Castlevania IV to finish it off. Mario says Power Blade 2 someday. Well, I gotta do the first one first, Mario. Come on, man. You gotta give me some time. I only beat Power Blade 1 for the first time last weekend. I think you were there while I did it. Yeah, that is something I want to start practicing so I can do a quick play. I Haven't done a quick play since Jaws, and that one actually sat on my hard drive for like a month before I actually got around to editing it. Not that there was much editing, but still. Alright, take care, Mo. Thanks for hanging out for a little bit. I appreciate that. And yes, I will definitely be making up the last of my pizza I ordered tonight. Vegging out to probably some YouTube. Alright, guys. Well, that was a stream. Let's see if I can get some more kitties in here before we head out. I got her to come over. Hey, you. Milo's up on my desk right now. Yeah, guys, that's gonna do it for me. Thank you so much for hanging out. I'll probably have this posted sometime tomorrow and time coded to each game we played and whatnot. But yeah, I appreciate everybody hanging out. Appreciate everyone that did some... YouTube calls it fan funding now. But yeah, huge shoutouts to Fluttershy, Barone, 90s Gaming Guy, and Cool and Unusual Games. So thank you all for your support. That way, it does help. Especially come next week, I'm going to have to spend close to $400 on a new upscaler. So I can do more 32-bit era stuff without having constant resolution and signal dropouts. Hey, Patchouli! Hey, Mr. Miles, yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for being out there. But yeah, I was just saying something. Yeah, I'm gonna be investing in a RetroTink 5X in a few days once I get paid. And yeah, so all the like direct donations and stuff like that really helps out a lot. I mean, trying to keep this thing up and running is not cheap. And actually, the upscaler I'm on, I guess I've had for 8 years now. Can't believe how much time has passed. Mario says, I miss the PS1 and Saturn streams. I miss doing the PS1 and Saturn streams because I love that era. So, yeah. So yeah, thank you guys very much for doing that. And definitely helps out the stream and just makes it better for various purposes. So yeah, can't wait to get that and start doing some like Ridge Racer PS1 games and you know, a lot of Sega arcade ports on Saturn where they do high-res title screens and then low-res gameplay. So having a scaler that'll avoid signal dropouts would be great. So yeah, that'll be awesome. But yeah, I might be back tomorrow or the next day with another stream, depends on how I feel. Today's the start of my weekend. I have the next 3 days off work and don't really have any plans, so it's possible I might be back with another stream of some kinds, but we're just gonna wing it. We're gonna see how I feel, and yeah, just gonna see how I feel. So, but regardless, I'll have the archive up of this one sometime tomorrow, and yeah, if you want to go catch back up, you can definitely do that. Probably sometime tomorrow, or later today. I guess for East Coasters, it'll be later today. But alrighty, guys, I'm out of here. I'll catch you guys soon. Have yourselves a great night, wherever you are in the world, or day, or I can't talk. I'm so burnt out right now. I'll see you guys later. Take care. Bye.